Juror number 2, the jury and all present, good morning. I am so sorry I had to have you wait. Juror number 2 has been excused. The situation is very sad. I won't go into it. At this time I'm going to ask that the judicial assistant draw an alternate by lot to take the place of juror number 2.
Alternate 8.
Alternate 8, please have a seat in I don't know, I hope, well, we may have to talk again, huh? Welcome to the jury. And Mr. Baker, you're still under oath. I want all of you, please maintain good health. I'm going to the gym on Friday. Join me.
Thank you. Mr. Baker, yesterday we left off talking about I think it's the 10th interview that you had on November 12th of 2024. You remember that?
I remember we were talking about it, yes.
Okay. And remember that I asked you if you had asked to hear statements played for you, and you said the statements that you asked to be played were those of Mr. Austin.
Right, and they wouldn't let me hear it.
Okay. But you told us that portions of his statements were read to you.
Yes.
Okay. What statements were read to you?
I don't remember the statements verbatim.
Okay, well, give us the gist.
That it was he had a perk. It was a Perkins operation.
The Perkins operation.
That's the part. Nothing really.
It was nothing.
It made me want to remember it. So all I remember was Perkins. And something written, it was nothing. It was a word for me to remember, so I can't remember what was exactly said.
I see. Well, did you ask to hear certain types of statements?
No, I just wanted to hear. I wanted to hear everything.
Wanted to hear everything.
That's what I asked him to.
Why did you want to hear everything?
So I can hear what he's saying.
So you could again frame your answers around what he said?
No, well, no.
And during this interview, did you again tell Mr. Levine that you were going to be truthful?
I don't recall.
Well, if that's what was written, Baker said that he understood and agreed to provide truthful information. Does that refresh your recollection?
Not really, but I don't recall. If he said it, it was in the paper. I probably said it.
Because again, as we talked about yesterday, you wanted them to use you, to call you as a witness, and so you wanted to tell them what they wanted to hear, correct?
Not 100% correct, no.
Okay. So you didn't want to tell them the truth?
I did, regarding the actual connection between me and Monica. I did. Anything with dealing with JB and Chris, not yet. Well,
on this date, you changed your story up after hearing that Austin was arrested and that you were provided with portions of his Perkins operation, right?
Or whatever was read to me, yes.
Okay. And so your new version was you admitted that Austin was Jaybird, correct?
I can't remember. Eventually I did, yes. Eventually. I just can't remember. Was it that day? I don't remember. But I did admit to it.
Do you need me to show you the report?
Not really, because I didn't write the report, so I don't know.
Okay. So after you listened to them tell you about what Austin said in his Perkins operation, you then told them that Austin was jailbird, correct?
I eventually told them, know nothing about this report or all that. I did eventually tell them, yes, it was jailbird.
Okay. And I know you haven't read the reports. You told us that. They never gave them to you to see if they were correct, right?
Correct.
And they never showed you the notes if they took any of what you said.
Correct.
And you told them that you had lied about Austin because you were trying to protect him, correct?
Correct.
And you told them that after the murder, Austin was in a bad way. Remember that?
Yes.
And that you tried to keep him calm,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also went on to tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you never spoke, Austin never spoke to Monica, correct?
I can't remember that specific item. I don't remember the whole conversations.
Okay.
I'm not writing them down.
Do you remember telling them that except there was a brief conversation in Los Angeles?
I don't remember the conversations they had with me verbatim like that.
Okay. Showing you the portion of that statement. Looking here at number 9, you see this? As far as he knew, meaning you, Austin never spoke to Monica Sementilli. Remember that?
Not really, but if it's there,
Austin did briefly meet Monica in Los Angeles, but it was a simple hi, hello, nice to meet you. Remember that?
I don't remember directly, but I'm sure I said it.
Okay. And then did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that this time where Monica met Austin in Los Angeles was way before you even thought about the murder? Do you remember that?
No, not offhand.
Looking at the next line, number 10, you see where it says, that was way before Baker said he even thought about the murder. He believes it was 3 months after he and Monica started their affair. Does that sound like what you told them? This was just last November.
I can't remember what I did yesterday.
Okay. And, well, you were here.
Yeah, I know that. I know that much.
So, again,
I don't know
if
the.
it's in the report, it would be something you said, right?
We really didn't pull out. No.
So it would be a lie?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay.
It's just general discussion. We were just talking.
Well,
They and myself.
but
So,
here it's reduced to writing,
and it was their writing exactly.
right?
Okay.
So did you say that?
I don't remember saying all that. I don't. I don't remember saying. I don't remember the discussion verbatim like that.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember this discussion verbatim like that. I don't.
And then you said that same day, Baker had to go to Monica's house to pick up something. He believes it had something to do with racquetball, and Austin came with him. You remember that?
I know. No, I don't remember the verbatim discussion like that. But I do remember we talked about something like this. I don't remember exactly how the verbiage went.
Well, I showed you that the words "way before" are actually in quotes, right? So that means it would be attributable to you, right?
I didn't write this report, so
I understand that, but you gave statements on numerous occasions,
Yeah.
right?
I gave statements. Yes, I have.
So you're saying that you have no recollection of saying those things.
I'm not saying. I just can't remember. I might have said it. I just can't remember verbatim discussion of this. All of the whole discussion. I just don't have it in my head and have it written down like
Okay.
that.
And then, did you also tell Mr. Levine that Austin would meet you in Las Vegas a couple times a year? Months prior to the murder on one trip, like we talked about here in July of 2016.
I remember talking to him about going to Vegas with him.
Okay? Months prior to the murder?
I didn't talk. I don't remember if it was a timeline discussed.
Okay, well,
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I just said I just don't remember it.
now we're looking at number 12. See that?
I see the report.
Months prior to the murder. Is that something that you told them?
If they said, if they wrote it, I probably said it somewhere.
Okay. And then did you tell Austin that here it has Baker in parentheses so we know who he's referring to, would possibly meet Monica while the two men were there? However, you and Monica did not meet. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Again, is that something that you told them?
Sounds like it.
So that part you do recall.
It sounds like something I would say.
Okay.
I just don't remember the exact verbiage.
Okay. So now, putting all of those in context, does that remind you that you talked about with Mr. Levine that Austin briefly met Monica in Los Angeles?
So we're going back over that.
Yeah, we are.
Read that again. Ask the question one more time, please.
Austin briefly met Monica.
Objection is misreading the...
It's a rule.
It says Austin did briefly meet Monica. Is that what you said?
In Vegas or somewhere else?
In Los Angeles. I showed
Oh,
it to
okay.
you.
Yeah, it may have happened. Could have happened at LA Fitness. Yeah, could have happened.
LA Fitness.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I did bring him to the gym.
And then you said that was way before you even thought about the murder. Remember saying that?
I don't remember this discussion, but I may have said it.
You may have said it.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you believed it was 3 months after you and Monica started your affair.
That could have been the discussion.
Okay. And that same day, Baker had to go to Monica's house to pick up something. Tell them that part too?
I don't really recall that.
That part you don't recall.
No, I really don't. I don't remember this whole discussion.
Okay. And you believe that it had something to do with racquetball. Does that change your answer at all?
I don't remember the whole discussion. I really don't.
And Austin came with you.
We probably discussed it somewhere along the line. I just don't remember
Okay.
the exact verbiage.
But again, you told the jury all this the other day.
Yeah, I'm telling the same thing. I don't remember the exact verbiage.
Okay. Do you remember telling Mr. Levine that you told Austin he might meet Monica while you were in Las Vegas?
I don't remember that discussion either.
Looking at number 12, Baker told Austin that you would meet Monica while you guys were in Las Vegas.
Objection, Your Honor, she left out the word possibly.
Okay? Possibly meet. It's right on the screen, right? And then you go on to say, but you guys did not meet, right? You and Monica didn't meet in Las Vegas.
But we did meet, though.
Yes, that's what you told us yesterday. So again, when you were telling this to Mr. Levine and his investigator, was that yet another lie?
I don't remember the verbiage, so I might have said it. I might have said what I just told you just now. Maybe they miswrote it or something. But I did remember seeing her briefly in Vegas.
Actually, you told us on 2 occasions at the
It was
Aria.
briefly. Yes, briefly, very brief.
Nevertheless, what you told Mr. Levine was the opposite, right?
I don't remember saying all that to Mr. Levine
Okay.
like that. I remember telling him that I did go to Vegas and
You
we did
did.
meet.
Okay. Just like you told the jury, right?
I'm telling you.
The jury.
Well, and the jury too.
We're all here, right? It's being
We're
written
all
down.
here.
Same thing that's been happening for the last several days.
Yeah, I
right?
know. I know.
And then you also told Mr. Levine that Austin never stabbed Fabio, right?
Correct.
And he did not hold him down.
Correct.
Can you think of why Austin would make himself more guilty rather than less guilty, as you said you tried to do?
I haven't talked to Mr. Austin, so I don't know.
Do you remember also saying on direct exam when Mr. Levine asked you questions that when he asked if Austin stabbed Fabio, you said it all makes sense now that he had done that. Do you remember saying that?
I might have said it. If I remember everything before it was said, I could probably put it together, but these little phrases, I can't remember. I can't put it together.
Little phrases. It goes to the details of what you have told the jury and what you did.
No, we're talking about...
Sustain.
We're talking about what actually occurred when you murdered Fabio Sementilli.
Yes,
Okay.
I agree
And
with
you
that.
told us that you don't remember Austin being out there, but he was moving around and you had blacked out and you don't remember the details.
Yes, I remember that.
Do you also remember telling Mr. Levine and his investigator that Austin was never out on the patio?
During the murder, yes.
At any point in time during that day?
We didn't discuss all that. You asked me. I think it was about the murder.
Okay. Well, the day of the murder, did you tell them that Austin was never outside on the patio where and when the murder took place?
There's something missing out of this.
November 14. This is what we just talked about. Austin did not stab Fabio, nor did he hold him down. Baker said he alone stabbed Fabio. Austin's job was to be a lookout. Baker said that Austin was never outside on the patio where/when the murder took place. Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Mr. Levine and his investigator?
Yes.
Again, Austin, in this case, was able to give numerous details about the patio area. Did you ever tell him what the patio looked like, or what the crime scene looked like, or what had happened on the patio with Fabio, such that he would know the details?
No, I never talked to him.
And then you went on to tell Mr. Levine that Austin knows next to nothing about the actual killing and why you did it, correct?
I can't remember, but if it's in there, I probably said it.
Okay. You also told Mr. Levine that Austin was not told they were going to kill Fabio when they went to the house. That would be a lie, right?
Say again?
That would be a
No,
lie.
no, the beginning part. The beginning part again.
You never told Austin that you were going to the Sementilli house to commit a murder.
I could have said that.
That would be a lie,
Yeah,
correct?
I could have said that.
Again, that would be a lie, correct?
Yeah, I just didn't want to give him any evidence, that's all.
So again, this is after you said you knew that Austin had been arrested and interviewed, and so you weren't trying to protect him anymore, but yet you still lied to Mr. Levine and his investigator.
I was still trying to protect him.
It's overruled.
Correct?
I'm still trying to protect him, yes.
Still trying to protect him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because the truth is, he did know, right? You told him.
That he was going to be a lookout, correct?
For a murder.
Yes.
Okay. And then you said that you only told Austin you were going to rough up Monica's husband because he had mistreated her. Is that again yet another lie?
I did say that.
Okay. Again, another lie?
Yeah, another protection lie, yes.
How does claiming the victim mistreated Monica protect Austin?
The whole not giving information about Austin was my intent, because I knew it was going back to you.
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive.
Stricken.
Again, how does saying Monica's husband mistreated her protect Austin?
Possibly gives him a way out, some wiggle room somewhere in the future.
Wiggle room for what?
Anything. Anything.
Explain to us on how trying to dirty up the victim with a lie somehow protects his killers.
I really can't. It would be too... You wouldn't let me explain it if I tried.
I've asked you multiple times now to do so, sir. You have the opportunity right now to explain how trying to dirty up Fabio with a lie somehow protects
As far as dirtying
you
up-
or Austin.
As far as dirtying up Fabio, I wasn't really trying to do that as much as you say it was. That part about what was going on with her and him, I still couldn't put my finger on. I really think there's something going on. There was something going on there the whole time. I
In
just
your
didn't know what.
mind, you think there was something
In my
going
mind,
on?
yes. In my mind, yes.
Okay. And is that, again, another lie that you are, again, telling to the jury to try and dirty up a completely innocent man who was slaughtered by you sitting on his back patio?
I'm just telling you the truth now. I'm swore to this now, so I'm swearing to it. I swore to it, as I'm telling you. I just felt that way. I really
You
did.
felt that way.
Yes, I did.
Did Monica tell you that Fabio was abusive, had mistreated her, or had done anything other than provide her with a lavish lifestyle to be able to do whatever she pleased?
Her actions did.
Her actions did. I see. Did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigators that at that point you told Austin to get into the passenger seat of the Porsche?
I probably told him that.
And that you drove it away?
I probably told him that.
Okay. And then did you also tell them that as you drove away, you already heard sirens?
I probably did. As
That
I'm
would
driving
be a lie,
away.
correct?
That would be a lie? That I didn't hear sirens? I heard sirens, so nothing. I can't prove that I heard it, but I heard sirens.
Okay. Do you remember telling Mr. Levine, contrary to that convoluted story we've been hearing about for the last couple days, that after you parked the Porsche, you and Austin walked to the rental car from there?
That is argument.
I'll allow this.
Yes.
During this 10th interview on November 12th, was this the first time that you brought up gold coins?
Most likely.
When you say most likely, do you recall, again, contrary to what you've testified to, telling Mr. Levine that the gold coins were in the house?
Contrary.
Not on the patio.
Question one more time, but the contrary thing threw me off for a second. Can you state the question again?
Do you remember telling Mr. Levine, contrary to what you've testified to here, that the gold coins were in the house?
Yeah, they were in the house, the property, the house. Yes.
In the house,
The
not on the patio. Two different places.
we didn't. I don't remember talking about that specifically.
You don't remember?
I don't remember talking about that specifically. I can't remember that. I can't remember.
gold coins were in-house. Remember saying that?
I remember having a discussion, and it was fast, and we were just talking like normal people, not analyzing every syllable, so it could have been.
So were the gold coins in the house? Were they out on the patio in that detailed explanation that you gave us about how they were in the ground, in an envelope with documents, and one coin sticking out? Which one is it?
And the patio house going to have to be different.
I'm sorry, counsel, that's not true. And your objections are overruled.
When I'm telling them what happened, we're talking about it fast, and it's just going. We're in general I'm making general statements as I'm talking. Like I said, I'm not analyzing every word to make sure it's going to be 1,000% correct. It just didn't work like that. We were just talking, and he was just jotting down notes, and I'm not paying attention at all.
Well,
So,
he wrote down what you said.
Well-
Gold coins were in-house. So that's what you said.
no, like I said, I don't remember that. We're having a general discussion about what was taken and all this stuff, and a lot of the stuff was on the counter in the house. So maybe that was got.
So now the gold coins might have been on the
No.
counter in the house?
I'm saying that I took everything off the counter, off the drawer, off the dresser drawers, where the jewelry box was. So everything was quick. Everything was fast.
I know.
Again, like I said, I was telling a quick story, not worrying about every little syllable. So yeah, it could be that way, but when you play it back and you have to.
I can't play it back because it was
No.
never
I'm just
recorded.
saying if I had to play it back and think about it again, I would probably present it all differently, knowing I would be on trial for what I said again.
Well,
to
you
them.
knew that you were going to be coming into trial to testify. That was the whole point of them coming to talk
I
to
would
you.
have slowed the story down a little bit and been more
but you
exact.
knew that. You did know that.
No, I
They
didn't
told
know it
you
was
that
gonna
was the
be-
whole point.
All right, one at a time, please.
They told you.
Okay.
That was the whole point of them interviewing you, to get your story down so that they would know what to ask you about when you got on the stand, right? And they told you over and over they wanted you to tell the truth.
They didn't tell me over and over and over and over. They didn't. They
They
just said,
didn't?
let's
Mr.
talk
Levine
about.
didn't say that at
let's
every
talk
single
about-
interview? We just want the truth?
They did say that.
Didn't they?
They did.
I wasn't there, you were. And it's not
Yes.
recorded, so you tell us.
I'm trying to.
Okay. What you've told this jury is that the gold coins were outside, right?
That was my sworn
Your
statement.
sworn statement, right?
Yes,
I know.
that's my sworn statement.
But yet, what you told Mr. Levine and his investigator is that the gold coins were in the house.
It's a general discussion, not a sworn statement. Yes.
Got it. So you lied to them, but your testimony here was true.
No, I just told them in general sequence what happened fast, not analyzing like this.
Got it. Did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you drove the rental car with Austin back to your apartment?
I probably did.
So which would be true? That you left him at a bowling alley with the rental and then you walked home? That you drove the rental back to the apartment, or some other version?
The sworn statement I gave you is the truth.
The sworn testimony.
Yes.
The one where you went back and forth with respect to the bowling alley, maybe not the bowling alley. Correct? That one?
I'm giving you the sworn statement I gave then and now.
All right, so what you told them again, going back to the apartment in the rental car to change for work, that would be a lie?
No, that was the truth.
That was the truth. Now, did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you subsequently took Austin to the flyaway and told him that you could either take him to the flyaway or he could call a car service to take him to LA.
Yes.
And you knew Mr. Austin had no money. You had to even give him money to fly out, right? We talked about that over the last several days.
He had some kind of money. He had money.
He had money that you gave him.
He had money of his own also, I'm sure.
You're sure?
Well, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure.
Were you as sure that he had money as you were that you had money?
Say that again?
Are you as sure that he had money as you were that you yourself had money?
I'm sure he had some money.
Okay. And so you told him he could take a car service, right?
I wouldn't use that type of verbiage with Austin, but
Did you use that type of verbiage with Mr.
could have.
Levine
I
and
could
his
have,
investigator?
like a taxi or something. It's a car service. We do
Car
that.
service.
Yeah, it could be a taxi or anything.
Okay.
Just basically get to, anyway.
Did you say car service, taxi service,
I don't remember
or
the
anything?
exact verbiage. I don't remember the exact
If I were to
words.
tell you, you said car service, does that sound like...
I wouldn't remember. I might have said it.
You might have said it.
Yeah, I just don't remember.
Okay. And then you told him to go back to Alaska as soon as he could, right?
I remember saying something like that.
And that was because he told you that he had just gotten a ticket in the rental car, right? So you wanted him to get out of town quick.
It has nothing to do with the ticket, no.
Oh, it doesn't. It had nothing to do with the ticket.
No.
Okay. Well, right before you talked about this, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that Austin told you he had just gotten a seatbelt ticket?
He did. I did tell him that.
And you told him to pay it off as soon as possible so the ticket wouldn't remain in the system.
Yes.
Okay. And then you said that you drove him to the flyaway and you gave him a choice to either drive him to the flyaway, take the car service to LAX, and that you told him to go back to Alaska as soon as he could. Yep.
I don't remember the exact verbiage, but yeah, that was pretty much it.
Okay. And then did you also give Mr. Austin money to purchase a burner phone?
He had money.
Okay.
I just told him to get a burner phone eventually, somewhere in there.
So the two of you could communicate, right?
Right.
Secretly.
That's what burner phones are.
So that you could talk about the murder and keep him up to date on the investigation, correct?
No, just to keep in touch with him in general about anything.
Well, if
I just
you
want
were-
to get his state of mind.
If you were keeping in touch in general, you wouldn't need a burner phone, right? You could talk the way you had before.
Not really, no.
Why not?
I don't want to be in touch with him on the grid anywhere.
I see. On the grid. Okay. You wanted to make sure that you were able to keep the communication secret.
I want to keep my communication with him secret as possible.
The same reason that you provided Monica with burner phones so that you could keep your communications off the grid.
That's what burner phones are for.
Do you remember telling Mr. Levine and his investigator that you drove the Porsche to the spot where it was later found, walked from there to Ventura Boulevard, and took a bus back to where you left the rental car?
Yes, I remember that.
So would that be true, or is the story you told to the jury the truth?
That's the truth.
Which one?
The one I told to the jury definitely is.
Okay, definitely. Not the one you told to Mr. Levine.
That one was the truth also, according to that statement, yes.
Well, the problem is that you never mentioned the bus.
To
in
where?
your-
Oh, here? No one asked.
Oh no, I asked. We've gone through, as you accused me of yesterday, in a lot of detail as to what you did, how you got there, where you went. We've gone over this in detail numerous times.
Nothing wrong with me telling you I took a bus, so I don't see why I wouldn't tell you.
I see. But you didn't, is the problem. So again,
Objection, that's argument.
Sustained.
did you take a bus to get home, or did you walk, or did you take some other vehicle?
I took a bus from Ventura
Took a
to
bus.
where the car was to get home.
You also mentioned to Mr. Levine that when you went through your apartment, you threw out anything you thought belonged to Monica and anything that might tie you to her, correct?
Correct.
However, you did not clear out your Dropbox, correct?
My Dropbox. You in my house?
Your Dropbox.
In my house?
You know what a Dropbox is, sir.
I've got to be sure with you, because we went from my house to something else.
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive.
Sustained and stricken.
Again, you did not clear out your Dropbox.
What Dropbox?
Yours. I can't be more specific than that.
What do you mean, a Dropbox?
You have a Dropbox that contained numerous photos
Oh.
of you and Monica.
My internet
Does
now.
that ring a
Internet.
bell?
Yeah, internet now we're talking about. Yeah, I thought we were talking
No,
about
it's
the
not
house.
the internet. It's called Dropbox.
I know, but
Objection, Your Honor. He's answered the question.
Yes, that's going to be an argumentative. Sustained.
You didn't clear out the Dropbox.
no.
But you told Mr. Levine that you cleared out everything that would tie you to Monica. So that would also be false.
In my
correct?
house, yes. But we didn't talk about a Dropbox.
Okay. Let's talk about the next interview that you had with Mr. Levine. Number 11, this would be on January 9th of this year, 2025, from 10:15 to 11:20. Do you remember that?
Not offhand, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. This happened at MCJ. Do you remember that?
Yes, everything happened in, I think,
No, it
was
did
it,
not.
where was it?
You told us yesterday that the other interviews took place at NCCF in Santa Clarita. You remember that?
Yes.
This one was at MCJ.
Okay.
Remember that? This
Yes.
year,
Yes.
January 9th. Got it?
I don't remember the day, but yes.
Again, was this interview recorded?
As far as I know, no.
And at this point, Mr. Levine told you that Austin took a plea deal and pled guilty to second-degree murder, correct?
I recall that.
Okay. And you were also told by Mr. Levine that his plea deal was contingent on him saying what the DA believed was the truth. Remember him saying that?
Something like that.
Did he ever tell you that actually that wasn't true? What was true is that what he testified to had to be truthful because that would be evaluated by the judge.
Objection. That's argumentative.
Sustained.
Contested.
Did he ever tell you that what Mr. Austin had to do was tell the truth because it would be evaluated by the judge?
No, he didn't tell me any of that.
He didn't tell you that. also told about the fact that Mr. Austin told law enforcement about the attempted murder of Fabio Sementilli the night before the murder, which would have been Sunday, January 22nd.
He probably did tell me.
I'm sorry?
He probably did tell me.
Well, that was the first time that they told you that they knew about the attempt on Fabio's life the night before you actually killed him, right?
It was talked about somewhere in there. I just don't remember what day it was.
Well, you never brought it up in any of your
I can't
interviews.
recall. I just can't recall.
Okay. If I were to tell you that you never brought it up with Mr. Levine, does that refresh your recollection?
Not really. I'll just have to take everybody's word for it because that I don't remember. It's too many details.
Do you remember Mr. Levine also telling you that it wasn't something you could lie about because there was forensic evidence placing you near the location of that attempted murder?
I don't remember saying that.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember saying that.
You don't remember him saying that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That misstates what is written there, and if she's going to please approach briefly.
All right.
do you recall Mr. Levine telling you that there was forensic evidence linking you to that location where the attempted murder happened the night before?
I don't remember.
You don't?
I don't remember him saying that. I just can't recall it.
Looking at number 4, do you see this?
Yes.
Again, do you remember being told that there was forensic evidence placing you near the location of the attempted murder?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that?
I don't.
Okay. Isn't it true that it was only after Mr. Levine said that you finally admitted to this attempted hit on Fabio Sementilli the night before you killed him?
Could have been. I just don't recall it.
So would it be fair to say that when Mr. Levine asked you to tell him the truth in all of the prior interviews, you were not?
Correct.
Once you knew that there was actual forensic evidence proving you were at a location, that was when you finally decided to come clean about the attempted hit, right?
You could say that.
At that point, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you and Austin planned to kill Fabio the night before as he left a restaurant on Ventura Boulevard?
I did finally tell him about it.
Okay. And did you also then, after being told about the forensic evidence and Mr. Austin being truthful about what happened, tell Mr. Levine that you learned Fabio was going there doing a routine conversation with the defendant, Monica?
I believe so. But without the forensic evidence part.
I'm sorry?
Everything is true, but that forensic evidence part, I still don't remember that.
So, you just happen to have a routine conversation 2 days in a row where the defendant told you where Fabio Sementilli would be so that you could kill him.
I know where he's going to be and where she's going to be. Not every time, but I pretty much know where everybody's doing every time we talk because she lets me know her day. This was routine.
But you also told us that you had no idea that there was a housekeeper that had come to the house on Monday.
No, I didn't know that.
So you didn't really know about what everybody was doing.
Not about the housekeeper, no.
And did you also tell Mr. Levine that you remembered that Monica said this about Fabio going to a restaurant at some point previous?
I'm not sure it was saying or texting. It's probably texting more than saying.
Texting via Viber?
Has to be Viber, yes.
Because again, you don't want people to know what the two of you are texting about, right? That was the
No.
point of using Viber, because it was encrypted.
No, it's using Viber is just a good way to. No, it was absolutely not.
Oh, now it was not. So what you
No, it
told
was
the
absolutely not
jury...
used to be secret. Well, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. It was just Viber because we use Viber all the time, like millions of other people.
Uh-huh. Okay. But millions of other people aren't plotting a murder.
You know, but they still use Viber.
It's his name.
Okay. So you're telling the jury that at some point Monica just happened to mention to you that Fabio was going to a specific location to pick up food that night.
She mentions everything.
Everything.
Where what's
Everything.
going on all the time.
And so you just happened to be lucky in getting to that location before he got there.
Again, I got an indication. I know the GPS. Yes.
Well, you told us earlier that you didn't really look at the GPS because you left your phone home that night so you wouldn't be traced, right? So it really didn't have anything to do with the GPS.
I said I had a burner phone, but I don't remember using it that day. I don't remember. I can't remember. But I always tracked them that way. I tracked the cars.
Esther tells me that you're unanimous, that you don't want to break. And I appreciate that. I have to give my staff time to go to the bathroom, along with the attorneys. So we'll take a 10-minute recess. Thank you. The admission flies. See you back here in 10. defendants present, all counsel are present, jury and also present. So when I said I'm off next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday,
Do you, on this interview, January 9th of this year, do you remember telling Mr. Levine and his investigator that what Austin had described happening was correct that night? That you went to this strip mall in order to kill Fabio?
I probably said something like that somewhere.
Okay. And that when you heard from the defendant, from Monica, that Fabio was going to pick up food from a Chinese restaurant, that your thought was, let me go get this guy.
Yeah, I probably said something like that to them.
I'm sorry?
I probably had said something like that to them.
Okay. During this same interview where you were told that Austin talked about what had happened on the night of January 22nd of 2017, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you're the only one who knows everything?
Yes.
But yet you wanted to hear Austin's interview, correct?
Yes.
Even though you knew everything. Right?
Yes.
And on this day, were you provided with a recording of Austin's statements that he made here in Los Angeles regarding the January 22nd, 2017 attempt to kill Fabio?
I never heard any audio.
Were you provided with a transcript?
No one provided me a transcript.
Were you read anything regarding his interview about January 22nd of 2017?
I don't remember what dates, but there was pieces of some type of transcript read to me, pieces of it, and I don't remember what day it was.
Regarding the January 22nd
I don't
attempted
know.
murder?
No, I don't know about. No, it was just information off a transcript. It was like being read, scanned quickly, and so I really wasn't paying attention like that. So
You
I
weren't
don't know.
paying attention to the thing that you had asked to see?
No, not at that time, because it wasn't. It didn't sound like anything.
It didn't sound like anything.
Yeah, it didn't sound anything. No, it didn't sound like anything. I don't remember even what was being read to me. I really don't.
Okay. But you recall there being pieces of his transcript being read to you?
Yes. And I don't even know what day it was. It was only one time. It was, I think it was just one time in the CJ when it was read to me in pieces. And I couldn't even hear him.
You couldn't hear
I really
who?
couldn't. No, I really even couldn't hear him.
Weren't they sitting right next to you?
They were sitting in front of me, in front of a glass and mesh, and he was kind of mumbling, so I didn't really hear it.
Did you tell them I can't hear you?
No.
Can you talk louder, since it was something that you really wanted to hear about?
No, time was winding out, and I knew it wasn't even worth listening to, so no, I didn't. I don't even know what day it was, which day that was.
Okay. Did you tell Mr. Levine during this interview that you came through the backyard where Mr. Sementilli was smoking a cigarette?
It was one of the interviews. I don't know which one it was.
Okay. Or a cigar?
He was smoking something, but I'm sure it was a cigar.
Smoking something, but you're sure it was a cigar. Why are you sure it was a cigar?
Because I don't remember exactly what it was, but I know he was smoking something, and I'm sure it was a cigar.
So now you're sure it was a cigar.
Yeah, because he only smokes cigars, from what I understand.
How do you know that?
Because she told me this.
She being Monica.
Correct.
Did you ever tell Al Birdsong that you were going to go to a country that had no extradition?
Well, I don't remember that.
No?
I don't remember that.
Did you ever tell him that Monica was going to pay you $25,000 to kill her husband?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely not.
Okay. So you said absolutely not regarding that answer, but when I asked you if you told Al Birdsong that you thought you were going to get out and that you were researching countries that had no extradition to the United States, your answer to that was, I don't remember. Does that mean you might have said that to him?
About the 25,000, absolutely not.
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive.
Stricken.
Again, did you tell Al Birdsong that you were researching countries that had no extradition to the United States for when you got out?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember. So you might have.
I don't remember ever saying nothing like that.
Okay. Did you tell Al Birdsong that Monica was shopping during the murder?
No.
Did you tell Al Birdsong that Monica called to tell you when no one would be there but Fabio?
No.
Did you tell Chris Austin the same thing?
No.
Did you ever tell Al Birdsong while you were in jail that you wanted him to be your investigator so he could see all the evidence and help you get around it?
The around part, no. The investigator part, yes.
Why did you want Al Birdsong, who worked for Homeland Security, to be your investigator?
So I could see the discovery.
During this same interview at the beginning of this year with Mr. Levine and his investigator, they also told you that Mr. Birdsong had been questioned in December of 2024, correct?
Yes.
And you told them Al doesn't know anything, just like you said about Chris Austin, right?
I believe so. I can't recall, but I'm pretty sure I did.
Just like you said, Chris Austin knows nothing. You're the only one that knows.
Hello.
Correct?
Yeah, say it again, please.
Sure. You told them Al Birdsong doesn't know anything. just like you said about Mr. Austin, and that you're the only one that knows everything.
I can't I can't combine those two answers in that whole thing.
Did you say that? Yes or no?
One is yes and one is no.
Which part's yes?
The one where Al doesn't know anything, yes. Chris did.
You actually told us that you did tell Mr. Levine that Chris knows nothing,
At one point, yes, I did tell him that.
and that you didn't tell him even that you were going to the house to commit the murder. Remember, we went through all of this.
Yeah, I did
just a
tell.
few minutes
I did tell.
before?
Yeah, I did tell Levine that, Mr. Levine that, in his party.
So you lied about Chris Austin,
To Mr. Levine, yes.
and you lied about Al Birdsong.
No, I didn't.
Okay, that part was true.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask to hear Mr. Birdsong's interview?
I can't remember. That would be standard for me, yes. It's pretty standard. I can't remember, but I would ask for that.
And then would you once again not listen when they told you about the interview?
I didn't hear anything.
You didn't hear anything.
No.
And you weren't read anything.
I wouldn't read anything about Birdsong, no.
Did Mr. Levine tell you that Al Birdsong told law enforcement that he had had sex with...
I'm going to object. You
All right.
Did you tell Mr. Levine that Birdsong was a mission specialist
I believe so.
and that he does logistics for agents?
I believe so.
Did Mr. Levine or his investigator tell you what Al Birdsong said?
They mentioned a few things. I just remember off
What things did they mention to you?
I don't recall. It wasn't even in my brain worth noting.
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator, I need to hear the audio or see the transcripts?
Standard, yes.
Okay. And you're saying that they told you what he said, correct?
Very briefly, small pieces, but I don't even remember what it was.
Did Mr. Levine or his investigator tell you that he had had sex with Monica on more than one occasion?
I'm sorry, that's confusing. Are you referring to Mr. Levine?
No, Mr. Birdsong.
He might have mentioned it.
And is that true?
I'm not exactly sure.
You're not sure.
No.
Why aren't you sure? Weren't you in a hotel room with
Yeah,
him
but
and Monica?
I didn't see any penis going in any vagina, so no, I can't say for sure.
Well, were the three of you naked in a motel room?
No, three of us together, no.
No. Were any of you naked in the hotel room?
Well, eventually you just take a shower.
Okay. And how many of you were naked to take a shower?
One at a time. For
Okay.
me.
So did you see any sort of sex acts taking place
No.
between Monica and Birdsong?
I did not.
Did you and Monica engage in sex acts in front of Birdsong?
I don't think we did.
You don't think?
I don't think we did. It's a long time ago. This is almost 10 years ago. But no, I don't think we did.
What about in Los Angeles? Did the three of you engage in sex acts in a hotel room?
No.
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 That time you remember.
No, that I remember.
But not in Vegas. That time you don't remember if you did or did not.
No, I did not know. In Vegas, no. LA, no.
Showing you People's 204. This is you and Birdsong and Monica in Las Vegas at the Hotel Cabana, right?
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what happened while you guys were in Vegas together?
Yeah, we just sat and had a good time party. We didn't do anything, as you're trying to say right now. No.
You said you don't remember.
I remember the cabana.
Okay. How about at some place other than the Cabana?
I remember the room, too.
And?
And what?
Was any sex had
No.
between the three of you in
No.
Las Vegas?
No.
Okay. So now you remember that part.
I remember the no sex part the whole time.
Oh, okay. I thought you had told us that you didn't remember before and you didn't think
The sex part,
they
yes.
engaged in sex.
No, not in front of me, no.
Not in front of you.
No,
So
I don't know. I mean,
You don't know.
I don't know.
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you and Monica never discussed Fabio's life insurance before the murder, but that you did discuss it after the murder?
Vaguely.
So you did say that?
Vaguely. Vaguely. I remember.
Vaguely said it?
No, to him, in this discussion, I can barely remember that conversation with him.
With Mr. Levine this January?
Correct.
So, just a couple months ago, again, you remembered all this other stuff that we've just gone through. Do you remember telling Mr. Levine that you knew Monica was trying to get the life insurance after the murder.
That part, yes, I do know that.
Okay, so you do remember that.
Ask and answer.
Oh, rule.
And you had conversations while you were in Las Vegas with Monica and Ron and Michelle Ray about Monica buying a property or a house in Las Vegas where you would live, right?
We talked about getting her property for Las Vegas for her.
Not for you.
No, that's for her.
I see. So you and Ron and Michelle and Monica talked about Monica buying property in Las Vegas for Monica.
We were talking about buying property for her, period.
In Las Vegas.
Yes.
And did you talk to Ron and Michelle about maybe Michelle being a real estate agent helping Monica out to buy, show her around and show her some properties?
It's a long time ago, probably. I don't remember. I can't be direct, but I'm sure we did. I can't be sure. It's a long time ago. But I know we did talk about getting property for
In
her,
Vegas.
for Monica.
And this was a property in Las Vegas where you were also going to live, right?
No. This
So
was specifically for her.
Well, you told Ron in a message, as well as during a lunch in Las Vegas, that you and Monica were going to be living together, right?
I don't remember the conversation.
And when Ron asked for Monica's last name, you said just put Baker in your phone, right?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that?
This is 8 years ago. I don't remember all this.
Do you remember Monica writing in red lipstick on your bedroom mirror, Mrs. Baker,
I don't remember that either.
in 2016?
I don't remember that either.
You don't remember that?
I don't. It's a long time ago.
Bless you. Let's talk about your final interview with Mr. Levine and his investigator that took place last week. The report says March 11th, the notes say March 10th, so one of those 2 days at the beginning of last week. Do you remember which day it was that you spoke with Mr. Levine and his investigator?
No.
So you don't remember if it was last Monday or if it was last Tuesday?
Sometimes I don't know what day it is in that jail.
Okay. And do you remember being interviewed both in the morning and in the afternoon? Twice that day.
I remember the evening one more than anything.
Okay. Do you remember also being interviewed at 9:42 in the morning?
Not really.
Okay.
Not
Do you
really.
remember telling Mr. Levine's investigator that you and Mr. Birdsong would talk about old cases and TV and hypothetical situations in person?
Yeah, just general conversation.
Hypothetical murder cases, correct?
Hypothetical, everything.
Okay.
Just general conversation guys have.
You were just having general conversation.
We always do.
Okay. And on this date,
Did she read the entire sentence?
Yeah.
Again, if she doesn't, you can.
again, on this date, whether it was March 10th or March 11th, was it recorded, either one of those sessions?
No, not that I know of.
And were notes taken?
I think so, yeah.
By who?
Probably by Mr. Dawson.
Did you see that?
Not, I can't recall. I wasn't paying attention to all this.
Did you take any notes?
I can never take notes.
Okay. Did he go over with you any notes that he had taken?
No.
No. This was last week the first time that you mentioned to Mr. Levine and or his investigator about your plan to kill Fabio way back in July while you were in Las Vegas in 2016, correct?
I don't remember the conversation.
This was last week.
I know. I'm telling you, I don't remember. My memory is gone. It's been this way for a while now.
Okay. And do you remember them telling you last week that they needed to know the entire truth before they call you as a witness?
That was standard for them to say that.
Okay. And then during this interview, did you tell them that you had told Al Birdsong about Monica and the fact that she was married and your girlfriend during your 2016 summer visit to Las Vegas?
It's possible. I don't remember, but I don't remember the gist of the conversation, but it's possible. If they wrote it down, something like that occurred.
Okay. And in the same conversation last week, did you tell them again for the first time that the thought of killing Fabio so you could be with Monica crossed your mind in the summer of 2016?
I think I said that. I think I did.
And that was during the same trip we talked about here, right? The one where you picked up Austin and the two of you went up to Al's.
That would have to be it. That would have to be it.
Okay. And then did you also tell them for the first time that that summer you bought a knife at Walmart or Target?
Yes.
And that it was at least 12 inches long?
I didn't measure it, but yeah,
Is that
it was
what
big.
you told them?
It was big.
And did you tell them that you were going to show the knife to Austin to test him?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you also tell them that you showed the knife to Austin while you were in Las Vegas, just like you've told us here in court?
Yes.
And did you also tell them that your plan was to stab Fabio because a gunshot would draw attention because of the noise?
Yes.
Did you tell them that Austin agreed to help you with the murder?
Yes.
And that he didn't flinch or express any doubts when you first asked him to help?
Yes.
Did you also tell them that you disposed of this 12-inch knife before the killing?
Yes.
Did you also tell them that in October or November you bought a smaller hunting knife?
Yes.
It was not a folding knife, correct?
Correct.
And you said this time the blade was no longer than 7 inches, just like you told us here, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
Okay. Did you also tell them that you knew where Fabio was at all times?
Well, yeah, in my world, yes.
Yeah, in your world, that's what you told them, right?
Meaning the term at all times in my world, yes.
Okay. And what does that mean in your world?
When it mattered that I knew where he was.
I'm sorry?
When it mattered that I knew where he was.
What do you mean when it mattered?
When I needed to know where he was, if I needed to know where he was, I would try to find that GPS location.
Why would you need to know where he was at all times?
And not all times, just when I needed to know.
And why would that be?
Just to see where he was.
Okay, but you said it was when you needed to know.
Just if I was going to see, there were proximity alerts, so most of the time I knew when he was leaving the house
Proximity alerts on what?
on a GPS,
That would come through what?
a text message or an
A
email.
text message
A text message or an email.
or an email.
Yes,
Text message on a phone?
on a phone,
On which phone?
on a burner phone.
On the burner. Okay. And so again, for the first time last week, did you tell Mr. Levine or his investigator that you purchased GPS devices?
I don't recall.
This was last week.
I don't think I did.
You don't think you did? Mm-mm. If I were to tell you that they are in the notes that are dated March 10th,
Like I said, I don't recall.
well, since you mentioned it in your testimony, I assume that it would be reasonable that you would ask them as well, right?
It'd be reasonable to ask them what again?
It would be reasonable that you told them about the GPS, right?
I just don't recall.
Showing you the report dated March 11th. See this, number 9? Where it says Baker said?
Okay, maybe I did tell them. Maybe I did mention the GPS devices. I
Again,
just
this
don't
is
remember.
just last week.
Yeah. I hadn't slept a day, so yeah, maybe. Yeah. But it is.
So
I did tell
Baker said he knew where Fabio was at all times, and it did not have anything to do with Monica telling him, right?
Yeah, maybe it is.
Baker had purchased with cash, not on Amazon, with cash, 2 GPS devices.
I didn't want to tell him where I got it from.
So you were still lying to him last week.
About that? Apparently so.
Okay. He placed one on the Porsche and one on the F-150 pickup truck.
Correct. Okay, I can
Those
tell
were
him.
the vehicles that Fabio drove.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I did tell him.
Baker could follow Fabio's vehicles on his cell phone, so he could tell if Fabio was nearby or if they might run into him when he and Monica were meeting clandestinely.
Okay.
Right? You didn't use the word clandestine, I'll
No.
right?
I wouldn't use that word.
So you told Mr. Levine or his investigator, or both of them, that you paid for these 2 GPS devices in cash.
That's right. I guess is what I told him.
And you're telling us now that was a lie as well.
About the cash part?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the reality was you said you bought them through some third party, right?
Yes.
The third party where you won't tell who, right?
Correct.
Okay. Somebody else other than you.
Correct.
And then, after mentioning this GPS for the first time, after 11 interviews, did you also tell them that you removed the devices at some point? from Fabio's vehicles?
Yes.
When did you remove it from the Ford F-150?
Well, well after the murder. is
Well
when-
after.
Yeah, it was still on the truck for a while,
How long?
weeks. First opportunity I got,
Bless
I-
you.
when,
Bless you.
when the truck came near, when it was near, no, I'm trying to remember, it was either in Glendale. I think I took it off. I can't remember.
In Glendale.
I think it was in Glendale.
When you went to meet up with Monica at the bar?
Yes.
Okay. And did she ask you, why are you...
She didn't see it.
You did that secretly?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you remove the GPS from the Porsche, if ever?
If ever, huh? It was in the when I parked it the first time
When you parked it where?
at the location at the Ventura, off the Ventura back road, at the first stop I made when I tried to get rid of the Porsche.
When you parked it near what?
One of the back road of Ventura to the little industrial, not, it was the back roads to Ventura Boulevard where the shops, I don't know exactly where it was. I don't know. I just remember how to
You
get
don't
there.
know.
I just don't remember the address. I just have to visually go there to know where it was.
So near what? If you
I
can
don't
visually
know.
remember, what do you remember?
The back of Ventura Boulevard?
Near what?
I don't know the street, cross streets. I don't. Everything happened quick. I just know how to get there.
But you lived in the valley, you told us, for a really long time, so you know
I
all
don't
the
know every
streets,
street.
right?
I don't know every street.
Okay. So you don't really know, sometime that night, you don't remember where, right?
I remember
Whether
where.
it's
I just don't know the address.
Okay. And you don't know what it was near?
No, they had no signs in the backs. You know.
Now, you also told us that you didn't see Monica during the holidays, and that made you upset, and that's why you decided to kill Fabio. But then again, you also told us that you were already planning it from the summer before. Do you remember having a conversation?
Facts, not in evidence. Planning, setting.
Yes. Why don't you rephrase it?
Sure. You told us that you planned the murder in the summer of 2016. You went out, you bought a knife, you sent money to Chris Austin in Alaska to come down. You picked him up, you drove to Al Birdsong's house in Vegas, and then you talked to him about the murder, just test him out to make sure he would be on board, and you showed him the knife, right?
Something like that, yes.
Okay. Do you remember during the holiday time, prior to New Year's in 2016, having a conversation with Monica's sister after playing racquetball with her?
I remember talking to Monica's sister at one point. I don't
And
know all the dates.
Do you remember her inviting you to their New Year's Eve party?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling her that you couldn't come because you don't drink?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember?
I don't remember the conversation. I'm sure it happened. I just don't remember it.
The statements that you made to her about not drinking, would that be true or a lie?
For the most part, I didn't drink, but I did drink. When I was with Ricky, I drank. Yeah.
During this interview last week, did you change your story about where you found the gold coins?
For here, no.
I'm sorry?
My sworn testimony, no.
last week, when you were speaking with Mr. Levine and his investigator, did you change your story about where you found the gold coins?
On paper, it looks like I did, but the way I explained it, it was not the way it sounded. But it would sound like I changed it for sure.
So is your answer yes?
In my mind, no, I didn't change the story. I didn't go into detail.
You did, actually.
No, I didn't.
Do you remember telling them last week that you found the gold coins on a table on the patio after you killed Fabio?
I could have said that.
Okay. So, again, you added more detail and you said there was also some papers on the table dealing with the coins.
Well, it was in the envelope. It wasn't in the envelope.
Again, did you tell them there was also some paperwork on the table dealing with the coins?
I could have said that, but it was all together, yes.
So you took the time when you were in this rush to read the papers?
I didn't read it.
So how did you know the paperwork dealt with the coins?
I didn't know that.
As you said.
I didn't know that. I'm assuming that. I had no idea.
You assumed it.
Yeah, I didn't read it. I didn't care.
I see. So last week when you had, again, yet another interview with Mr. Levine and his investigator, you told him that the coins now were not in the house. They were on the patio on a table with some paperwork on the table dealing with the coins. Do you remember that?
That's what I assumed, yes.
Did you also tell them that there may have been a safe in the house, but you didn't know where?
I wasn't sure where it was exactly.
But the other day when you testified, I think it was yesterday, you said you knew the safe was in the bedroom. So what changed between last week when you had your conversation with them and when you testified?
I'm still not sure where that safe is. I'm still not sure. I'm just guessing.
Oh, you guessed?
I really don't remember where that safe is. I know it's in there.
Okay. You know it's in there because
I
why?
thought I saw it, because I thought I saw it.
Saw it. When did you see it?
I don't remember when. I don't have a date.
Okay. The day of the murder, sometime prior to the murder?
No, sometime prior.
Do you remember telling Mr. Levine and his investigator that on January 22nd, when you went out to kill Fabio through Chris Austin, that you parked in the rear lot of the shopping center?
I picked him up at the rear lot of the shopping center.
Okay. Do you remember saying that you parked there?
I can't recall.
If you told him that, would that have been true?
That I was parked there in the back of the... No, I wasn't parked there, but I know I went back there.
Showing you the report, again, from last week, number 18. He and Austin drove to the Pho restaurant. Baker parked in the rear of the shopping center. Austin walked around to the front where the restaurant was located. Does that refresh your recollection about what you told them?
Not really. I don't remember all this. There's too much information.
Well, it's information you provided, right?
Exactly, but to quote it like this, I don't remember what was before that or after it. There was a lot more being said besides all that one point.
What did you say after that?
I don't remember. It's just a lot of information. We were just rambling and talking and talking.
You?
Yeah, they would ask me questions. I would try to answer and then explain it. And so this is paraphrased. I'm sure it's paraphrased.
Okay. And then do you remember telling them, right after that, a short time later, Austin came back to the car and he said he couldn't do it?
Yes.
And you said you figured that Austin either developed cold feet or there were too many people around, right?
Right.
And for whatever reason, Austin didn't kill Fabio that Sunday.
Right.
So here, contrary to the story you told the jury this week, you didn't drive around and go to some location nearby where you could keep eyes on the lot and the people. You stayed in the lot, and a short time later, Austin came back to the car, right?
Wrong.
Okay. So you're saying you did tell them about driving around somewhere, parking somewhere between the two different restaurants on Ventura Boulevard where you could see things?
I don't remember the conversation, but I'm sure I did. I don't remember the exact conversation because there's a lot of stuff missing from this. There was a lot more being said, so these are just paraphrased.
Did you see again, as you were describing the fact that you parked in the lot, someone taking notes?
One more time, please.
Did you see notes being taken?
Oh, he's always taking notes. You're talking about Mr. Dawson. Yeah, he's always taking notes.
Anybody?
Usually it's always Dawson taking notes.
So your recollection now is that you did say that you were driving around in the area and parking on Ventura so that you could see things, as opposed to being parked in the back lot.
I didn't park in the back lot. I picked him up in the back lot.
Okay?
It wasn't even a lot. It was a back alley. It was like a back road.
There's a parking lot there. We all saw the photographs.
I didn't pick him up at the lot. I picked him up in a back road behind there.
Oh, so you didn't even pick him up in the parking lot?
No, it was like a back road.
I see. Not a parking lot.
No, I would try to stay out of the parking lot. It was like a back road behind the lot, like I don't know, it's hard to describe without seeing it.
So if this is what Mr. Dawson or Mr. Levine or both of them heard, that would be false, right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, that false speculation. It's phrased.
No, it's overruled.
Is that what you're saying?
I guess the wrong word would be false, yeah.
Well, it says-
lot and road, yes, they're two different things, for
Parked
sure.
in the rear of the shopping center.
Yeah, I guess the lot and a road are two different things, so
Okay.
yes.
During the same conversation last week, did you tell the defense that the next evening you drove the Versa to the Sementilli home and that you put Austin in the back so he wouldn't be visible?
In the Sementilli home? No.
In the Versa?
No, we never went to the house in the Versa.
Well, you went toward the house
Oh,
in the
okay.
Versa,
Yes,
right?
that part is true.
And that you put him in the back, right? Not in the front passenger, in the back, correct?
Read, I'd like to ask her to read it accurately.
Again, you can clarify.
Did you say that? That
Did I
you
say
put
what?
Austin in the back so he wouldn't be visible?
At my apartment, yes.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine and Monica's team last week that you previously lied to them to protect Austin?
Yes.
Would it be safe to say that you care about Monica more than you care about Austin?
I care about both.
Okay. The same?
No, she's in a different relationship with me.
She's a more important relationship, right?
Just a different one. They're still the same.
They're the same.
I said that.
So when you say that they're the same, you said that you lied to protect Austin, meaning you'd also lie to protect Monica.
There's no reason to lie to protect Monica.
Other than the fact that you said on tape that you would lie to protect her.
True.
Right?
Yes.
And that she's here charged with murder, the same murder and conspiracy that you pled to. Right?
Yes, I did plead that.
Did you also tell them that you knew that Monica would be at the Target and the Ralph's on the day of the murder?
She said she was running errands.
Did you tell them that you knew that Monica would be at the Target and the Ralph's?
I think so. I think
And
I said
this
it.
was in your statement that you gave last week,
Yeah, I think so.
okay? During this same conversation, did you also tell them that you got rid of the large knife, the 12-inch knife, that you showed to Austin and bought a different knife?
Eventually, yes.
And when was that?
I don't have dates. I don't remember. It was later, though.
Before the holidays or after?
It's before the holidays.
And when did you buy the new knife?
I don't have an exact date. I don't remember. It's probably, I don't know. I don't want to give you a date because I don't know. I don't know the exact dates.
How long before the murder?
I don't have exact dates. A couple of months.
Couple months.
Yeah,
So-
1 or 2 months.
So you bought the new knife before you disposed of the 12-inch blade?
Now the 12-inch was gone long before.
You
Or
just-
whatever, the big one was gone long before.
I see. Long before the holidays then?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you dispose of the 12-inch knife? The 12-inch bladed knife?
Trying to remember where I put it. There was a construction site. I was gonna try to sell it, but I didn't want to. I didn't want nothing connected to it, so I threw it in a construction site.
I see. Where was this construction site?
It was a couple of blocks from my house,
Okay.
or from my apartment. Excuse me, my apartment. They were working on something.
I'm sorry?
They were working. It was a big construction site, so I just
On
dumped
what
it into a
street?
hole. I don't know. It's on Van Owen, and I don't know the cross street. It's before Canoga.
Okay. And the new knife that you bought, where did you buy that?
Walmart.
And when did you buy that one?
I don't remember the exact date.
But you said it was a couple months before the murder.
Correct.
So maybe October, November?
I don't have the yeah, maybe October, November.
Yeah?
Yeah, maybe October, November.
On the day of the murder, did you tell Mr. Levine and Company that you met up with Monica at the Target?
If they wrote it down, I might have said it.
And is that also when you got to the target that you purchased, you said certain items. I think you told us gloves.
It was gloves and I think maybe some pants or something.
Gloves and pants.
I'm thinking it was pants too. It's been a long time, so I don't remember it all.
Okay. And the gloves and the pants, that was to use in the murder?
Yes, the gloves were for sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
Not for racquetball. That was for the murder.
I think it was gloves and pants. Pants for sure. I'm trying to remember.
Pants for sure.
Pants for sure. Yeah, pants for sure.
Okay. And the gloves, right?
I'm thinking
the
I
murder.
did. I
You
think
told
I
us
bought
about
gloves.
that.
Yeah, I think I bought gloves too.
And then did you go somewhere to change into the pants and the gloves?
No.
So where did you put those on?
When I moved to that location I told you about earlier, where when I parked the car before we took off on foot.
To hike the 2 miles to the house, right?
Correct.
At any point in time, did you tell Mr. Levine and company last week that Austin was in the Versa in the parking lot?
Yes, he was. And yes, I did say that to him.
You did say that?
Yes.
Okay. If it wasn't anywhere in the report or the notes, is that because you never bothered to mention it to them?
I don't know why it wasn't in there.
And you have a clear recollection of that part, even though you told us your...
Where he was?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
And so you're sure that you would have told them about that last week?
I'm not sure of anything I've talked about with them because it was a lot, so I'm not sure.
But you just told us that you did
I'm sure
tell
where
them.
he was. I'm sure where Austin was.
And my question was, did you tell that to them
I don't remember.
at any point in time, ever, in any of, let's say, the 13 conversations?
I don't remember.
So a couple minutes ago when I asked, you initially said you did tell them, and you don't know why it wouldn't be in the notes or the report.
I
Is your
don't.
answer different now that you might not have because you don't
I
remember?
just don't remember.
You might have never mentioned that Austin was in the car.
I don't remember if I did or not. But I remember where he was.
Okay. Did you also tell them last week that Monica had given you the program to view her surveillance cameras?
I had some type of access. I can't remember if it was a program or a window. I can't remember, but I did have some type of access to it.
And remember telling them that you put it on your cell phone and a computer.
Correct.
Which cell phone would that have been on?
That one would have been on my actual phone.
Which phone?
My actual phone.
Which one? We talked about the Samsung 4, the 6, and the 8.
The one with my number on it. I don't know which one it was. It probably was a 6, I'm guessing.
And where's that phone?
I have no idea.
Did you get rid of it?
No.
You didn't get rid of it.
No.
Other than being with you at the time you were arrested on June 14th of 2017 in your apartment or in your vehicles, where else could it have potentially been?
I lost it in South Carolina.
Oh, you lost it now.
I did. I actually called it in.
Oh, okay. You lost the phone while you guys were in South Carolina in May.
I lost it in South Carolina.
Why didn't you say that first when I asked you where it was? And you said you don't know where, but you didn't get rid of it.
I'm not sure I was supposed to. I'm trying to answer your questions exactly as you put them.
Okay. And you said you also put it on your computer, the program to access Monica's home security system.
There was a way to do it, but yeah, I can't remember it offhand. But
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This states what's in
Which,
So, excuse me, it's overruled.
which computer did you put it on?
My laptop.
The one that got stolen?
Yes.
Did you also tell them that you buried the knife that you used to kill Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
Where did you bury the knife?
Somewhere close to where the Versa was. Where we left to go on foot.
Okay. And when did you do that?
The same day.
So you stopped as you were going back to the Versa when you said you were in a rush to bury the knife,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And then did you tell them that you took Austin back to the apartment?
Yeah. I can't remember.
Did you tell Chris to go back to the apartment? And get
Eventually,
ready
if he
to
could.
leave?
Yes, if he could.
Okay. And then did you drive the Versa back to the apartment and pick him up on the way?
I drove down the street and picked him up and went to the bowling alley.
I see. And then did you drive him back to the apartment?
No.
You did not.
No. He never returned to the apartment.
So I thought you told us earlier that he was going back to the apartment because he had to grab his stuff.
Exactly. But there was no need since I'm going.
So you got it for him.
Whatever was there, I picked it up for him, and I don't remember what it was.
Do you remember yesterday we talked about Austin going back to the apartment and I asked you if you had given him a key to the apartment to get in?
I do remember that.
And you said you must have?
I wasn't sure, but either I must have or I told him to wait or something. I can't remember.
So he might have gone back to the apartment.
He never made it to the apartment.
I see. Do you remember telling Mr. Levine and company that after the gym you met Austin either near a bowling alley or maybe a gas station?
They're right across from each other. So, yeah, I did say that.
And which gas station would that be?
The gas station across the street from the bowling alley.
And where's that located?
I don't know the cross streets. It's on Satakoy, though. I think it's Satakoy, and I don't want to guess wrong. So it's on Satakoy for sure.
And again, during this interview, did you tell Mr. Levine and company that after taking Austin to the flyaway, you drove back to the Porsche?
Eventually, yes.
And after dumping the Porsche in the residential area, do you remember telling them last week that you went to the bus stop and took that back to the location of the Versa?
That was a lot missing in between, but yes, I did wind up at the bus stop to get back to the Versa.
Okay.
There's a lot missing in between. Like I said, everything's paraphrased.
And then did you tell them that you drove the Versa back to your apartment?
Eventually, yes.
Did you also tell them that when Monica agreed to marry you, that that was good enough?
There was a lot missing in this, but yeah.
Well, I assumed you don't want to be here more days, right?
True
so
that, very
I'm
true.
just asking you.
Yeah, but eventually it came to that statement somewhere, yes.
You did? Okay. I have I think it's a 40-second recording I want to play you of you and Al Birdsong regarding leaving the country to go somewhere if you got out of this murder case. Your Honor, can I have the audio marked as, it's going to be on...
All right. the transcript of 280.
Yes, thank you.
Mark.
If I may distribute them.
Yes, and again, the same animation applies.
No matter what, you'll know where I'm at, and you'll get information from where I'm at, no matter what. All right. You know, so good Lord willing, and creek gonna rise, and we're able to win the thing, and we're gone, buddy. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down. We go hold hands and get on that Winnebago.
This call is being recorded.
Drive on the left side of the road. Exactly. All right, man. Yeah. I will.
Who's that we just heard?
That's Al Birdsong.
Okay. That would be you and Al Birdsong on this recorded call from jail, correct?
Yes.
Talking about, again, driving on the left side of the road out of the country, right?
Talking about driving somewhere, yeah. Talking about driving somewhere.
Left side of the road, right?
Somewhere, yeah. This is an inside joke, but yeah.
I have no further questions at this time.
Will you please retrieve the transcripts?
Yes.
And you may start and redirect if you wish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Baker, before you entered your plea of guilty, you understand that we had no right to meet with you, correct?
Well, I'm going to object that since facts not evidence.
That's overruled.
And as far as you know, did we ever make any attempt to meet with you while you were represented by Mr. Simran?
Never.
Until you entered your plea, you were charged in this case with Monica Sementilli, is that right?
Correct.
And Mr. Simran had been appointed to represent you, correct?
Yes.
At some point, you decided to admit to the charge and plead guilty or no contest to the murder of Fabio Sementilli, correct?
Correct.
And you did so without speaking to me or my team first, correct?
Correct.
Your attorney was still Mr. Simran,
It was Mr. Zimmerman.
and I assume you discussed it with Mr. Simran.
Correct.
Object, this is all reading.
I'll allow this part. It's overruled.
Where did you enter your plea of guilty or no contest?
It was here at CCB.
Before Judge Cohen
Yes.
and before Prosecutor Ms. Silverman, correct?
Yes.
At any time during that, well, first of all, you understood, or did you understand that the charge included what they call overt acts? You know what I mean by overt acts?
I don't recall, no.
Did Mr. Simran tell you that along with the charge of murder, there was a list of about 50 acts that you allegedly engaged in during the course of your planning and execution of the murder?
No.
He didn't go over any of those.
No.
During your plea in court here, did anyone ask you if Monica Sementilli was involved with the planning or the execution of the murder?
We never got that far, no.
Did Judge Cohen ask you before you entered your plea if Monica Sementilli planned and executed the murder with you?
Not that I recall.
Did Ms. Silverman ask you before you entered your plea if Monica Sementilli engaged in any part or plan or carrying out of the murder?
No. No.
If you had been asked that question, what would you have said?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Can we approach?
All right.
Let me repeat the question. If you had been asked by the judge or the prosecutor as part of your plea if Monica Sementilli knew about or was part of the plan or execution of this murder, what would you have said?
She had nothing to do with it.
But no one asked you that, did they?
No.
So you were able to plead guilty or no contest without being asked if your accomplice was Monica Sementilli, correct?
Correct.
Now, after you entered your plea, did you know what the legal, well, you were sentenced also to life without parole, correct?
Correct.
At that point, did you know what the status was of Mr. Simran as far as still being your attorney or not being your attorney?
I had no idea.
Did you ever see Mr. Simran again after you entered your plea and were sentenced to life without parole?
Just one more time.
When you saw him, did he indicate to you that we, the defense...
Objection, Your Honor, it's a meeting.
Again, it's premature. I'll take it, Mr. Commissioner. You may finish your question.
Did you give permission to him to tell us that you would meet with us?
Yes.
May I interrupt you at this time, counsel? I need to tell the jury one thing before I let them go. We're going to recess for lunch until 1:30. So here's an extra treat since you
is next to Defense Exhibit 629.
Yes.
It's a court order involving Mr. Baker.
So marked.
Is there a copy for the people if you've never seen it? Is that our copy?
No, that's the exhibit. Exhibit this, Your Honor. Mr. Baker, I'm putting up here, I don't know if it's anything you've seen before, but did you know that before Mr. Dawson and I saw you for the first time, we sought and obtained a court order allowing us to do so that was signed by Judge Cohen and by your attorney, Michael Simran. Did you know that?
No, not at first. No.
Did-
So I'm going to object, Your Honor, and ask that this be removed.
I'll allow it.
Foundation.
It's an official court record with my name and a very bad signature.
May I, Your Honor?
Please.
So when we came to see you, Mr. Baker, did we first tell you that we had permission from the court and your attorney to see you?
Eventually, yes.
And did we tell you you could have your attorney present anytime you wanted to?
Yes,
Did you agree to speak with us?
I did.
This was after you entered your plea and you were sentenced, is that right?
Correct.
By the way, did the prosecution ever come to talk with you or ask you any questions?
Not that I know of, no. I never talked to them.
Were you ever informed that they had requested an opportunity to speak with you like we had?
I wasn't told, no.
And I think you've answered this several times, but let me ask you again. What did we tell you about telling the truth when you interviewed with us?
Just tell the truth. That's all you ever said.
And it sounds like at times you did and at times you didn't. Is that correct?
Correct.
But did we always tell you you had to tell the truth?
Correct.
Let me ask you this. The first time we came to see you, did you give us that letter that's been marked as an exhibit in this case?
I don't know which time I gave it to you, but I gave it to you early on.
Right. And did you tell us that you wanted us to turn it over or give it to Monica?
I did.
Did you know what else we were going to do with it?
I'm going to object. That would call for speculation,
Sustained.
pursues facts, and evidence.
Did we tell you what we were going to do with it other than give it to Monica?
Motion calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
After I gave it to you, you said you would have to turn it over to the prosecution.
Okay. And what about all the notes and reports that we prepared when we interviewed you? Let me just ask you briefly. Every time I came to see you, was Mr. Dawson present?
Yes.
And every time we came to see you, did you see him taking notes?
Yes.
Were you aware that everything we prepared regarding those interviews, including the notes and reports that Ms. Silverman was reading from, would be turned over to the prosecution?
You told me early on, yes, it would be.
Now, it's been 8 years since you were arrested in this case, is that right?
Roughly, almost 8 years, yeah.
And it's been 6 years since you've spoken to Monica Sementilli, is that right?
Yes. Been a long time.
You knew she did not want to speak with you after that, correct?
Correct.
So when you testified last week, had you been given anything in terms of reports, notes, or anything else to keep with you to help you prepare for your testimony in this case?
Nothing.
Is it fair to say then you were being asked to recall events that happened 8 years ago during the questioning of both myself and Ms. Silverman?
Yes.
Did myself or Mr. Dawson or anyone else on the team ever tell you what to say?
Never.
Ever require you what to say other than to tell the truth?
Never. Just the truth is all you've been asking for.
Ever give you a script or an outline or anything to prepare you?
No.
Have you had an attorney representing you during the course of your testimony here like Mr. Austin had?
No.
You understood, or do you understand, that throughout this case, my client, our client, has been Ms. Sementilli, not you?
Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further. Hold on. Oh, I do. Now I have marked as next in line 630. 630. 630. It is a report or a printout from Amazon of Mr. Baker's credit card purchases during a period that reflected on the document.
So marked.
Mr. Baker, I'm going to put that up on the screen for you to see in a moment. Can we have a minute, Your Honor? Your Honor, I'd like also mark as part of that exhibit a document prepared by Detective Gable seeking the item from Amazon and being provided it by Amazon.
That'll be part of 630.
Mr. Baker, we're going to put up on the screen, if you could just focus on the highlighted section that's in yellow there. Can you see that?
I do.
All right, it's dated June 11, 2016. It's got your name on it. And is that your email address?
Yes.
Was that your email given to Amazon for purchases?
Yes.
If we could move over and look at the description of the item that you bought or purchased.
Oh, yeah.
And it's labeled GL300 real-time GPS tracker with mini case and extended battery. Do you recall purchasing that item?
Yes.
Was that one of the trackers that you had previously used, you said, to attach to one of the vehicles belonging to the Sementillis?
Yes.
Now that one you used an Amazon card, correct?
Correct.
And the other ones, how did you pay for them?
I paid cash and gave the money to somebody else.
Okay. Did this one you used your Amazon card?
Correct.
Oh, just for the record, Mr. Baker, the clothes you are wearing in court and have been wearing, are those clothes that I lent to you to wear?
Yes.
Did I tell you that if I gave you Armani clothes to wear, you would be more cooperative than Target clothes?
Absolutely not.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing
Recross?
No thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, take about 5 minutes while we set the courtroom up for the next witness. The evidence advised, see you back here in 5 minutes.
Neil's room to the stand.
You could please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Neil, Neil, Broom, Broom.
Good afternoon, Mr. Broom.
Good afternoon.
How are you employed?
I am the owner and president of Technical Resource Center. We're a computer forensics and cell phone forensics crime lab located in Los Angeles and Orlando.
Do you have any qualifications in relation to that?
Yes, sir. I have a bachelor's degree in computer forensics and digital investigations. I have a master's of science degree in digital forensics lab management. I have multiple certifications, including computer forensics examiner, Celebrite certified mobile examiner, meaning I can do cell phones, and certified fraud examiner.
I'm so sorry. Certified.
Fraud.
Mr. Broom, how were you previously employed?
I was a law enforcement officer in Gainesville, Florida, as well as a evidence technician, or what most people commonly call CSI.
Have you conducted any training or teaching in the field of computer forensics?
I have. I've trained over 3,000 people at the CIA, NSA, FBI, all the branches of military, government, law enforcement, in how to do computer forensics and information security, firewalls, routers, things like that, protecting networks.
Do you have any books or published materials in relation to the same subject matter?
I do. I wrote a book co-authored titled Computer Forensics Jumpstart, and it was used as a forensics primer at a couple colleges.
Do you have any professional appointments?
I do. I'm on the Los Angeles County Superior Court panel of expert witnesses in the fields of computer forensics, cell phone forensics, and geolocation mapping analysis.
Have you testified as an expert witness before?
I have, in both federal courts and multiple state courts.
You mentioned you were a Celebrite certified mobile examiner. Have you analyzed the Celebrite data extraction for Monica Sementilli's iPhone 7?
Yes, sir.
Has there been more than one Celebrite data extraction of this iPhone?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the years of those different Celebrite data extractions?
Yes, sir. A 2023 and a 2025 extraction.
Can you explain briefly what a data extraction is in relation to these different years?
Certainly. We have, in the forensics field, tools that you can, basically a computer that you plug a phone into. You then make a forensics image of the phone. After the image is done, you then process the phone, basically churns the data so it gets it so the investigator can review the data. And then when you're done reviewing the data, you can produce a report, and that report is typically called a Celebrite reader report, and that allows us to give the report to attorneys or detectives to review what forensics work we've done, the answers to the forensics work we've done.
Is it right that one of these was done in 2023 and one was done in 2025?
Correct.
But it's the same underlying phone data?
It's the same underlying phone data, and I actually validated that the specific information that I'm here to talk about did not change. It's exactly the same as it was both years.
Were these extractions done by you or someone else?
It was done by law enforcement. The only investigation I did is on information that was provided to me by the government.
Once there's been an extraction, do you use tools to analyze the data?
Yes, sir. In this case, in most cases, Celebrite is the first tool that I use to do cell phone examinations. And then I typically validate the findings I have with another tool that's known as Axiom, A-X-I-O-M, from Magnet Forensics.
All right, Mr. Broom, I want to show you People's Exhibit 260, putting that on the overhead for you. Do you recognise this as a portion of the Cellebrite reader report for Monica's iPhone 7?
Yes, sir, I do.
Turning to page 2. Do you see this highlighted entry in blue, web history?
Yes, sir.
Did you undertake your own analysis of these entries?
Yes, sir.
And which data extraction did this come from?
This is from the 2025 data extraction.
Right, let's take a closer look at it in relation to this highlighted entry. What does this show?
So first of all, at the top of the page, you see where it says timeline. This is a report that Cellebrite provides, in this case, a calendar entry of everything that occurred on the phone. And the highlighted line, what we see is one artifact, one piece of data that's known as web history. We all know that as our browser history. And in this case, I can tell by looking over at the right that this is a Safari web browser on the iPhone. And we see an entry for January 22nd,
Sorry, when you say on the right, is it this panel you're referring to so the jury can follow along?
Correct. In the right above where your pen is, it says the word Safari. Just to your right, under source file, a little bit more to your right, it says library and then Safari.
Right. All right. And sorry, please continue.
Again, January 22nd, 2017 at 5:12 and 51 seconds p.m. And that has a description that says foe near me dash Google search. And what that indicates to me was somebody conducted a Google search on an iPhone for foe near me.
And then underneath, there's a URL. Just briefly, what is a URL?
URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. It's basically what you type into the web browser when you type in www, and then followed by whatever website you want to go to.
So for this 2025 data extraction, it gives a URL for Lifestyle Lounge. Is that what you see here?
That's correct. The M in front of it means it's a mobile website, and then lifestylelounge.com is the name of the website that this entry says it's pointed to.
On the left here, we have a red X. What does that signify?
The red X signifies that this data has been deleted. In other words, the browser history has been cleared, and it's no longer active data on the phone. You couldn't view this data on the phone anymore. Only a forensics investigator can look at it.
Does deleted data differ from non-deleted data in terms of data extractions and analysis of data extractions?
It does. If we have deleted data, the forensics investigator needs to pay particular attention to that type of data because of the way the cell phone tools, I'll use the word resurrect or recreate that data, because remember I just said the data doesn't exist on the phone anymore for the user to see. It's not in a perfect format on the phone anymore. Instead, the analogy that I always use in my training classes is, let's say you had a report sitting on your desk, and multiple page report. You go to lunch, you come back, and the report's gone, and you realize the trash can under your desk is literally right under where the report is. You go find the janitor and you say, did you take out the trash? He's like, yeah. He's like, did you remember seeing a big old report on the top? He's like, yes, sir. Then you run downstairs to the dumpster, and you crawl in the dumpster and pull your big old report out. When you pull that report out, you could have a couple possibilities. All the pages could be perfect in straight order, no copy stains, everything's perfect. That would be sort of what we would find when we found a live file on a phone. On the other hand, you could have pages that were correct order, not messed up. You could have pages that were completely missing. You could have pages that were garbled up, copy stains, things like that. And I'm going to push the analogy just a little bit for this last example, but it's necessary for explaining electronic information. You could have one page that was data at the top, or information at the top, and the bottom of that same page be from a different page. So in other words, it combined two pages together. It looks like one page, but it's really the top of one page or the bottom of another one. That's what we get when we are resurrecting files, and specifically we use the term data carving. We carve the files out of where they were stored at on the device.
So is there any additional analysis you need to undertake to double check that that carving has been carried out correctly?
Yes, sir. So first and foremost, you obviously would look at the data that's presented in the report and see if it makes common sense. Does this piece of data give you a piece of evidence that passes a smell test, that makes it look like it's legit? You also would then, in every instance that I could possibly think of, utilize a different forensics tool to validate the results of the first tool. If both tools, using the different built-in capabilities of the tool, look at the same piece of evidence and produce the same results, then you know both tools are doing the same thing, doing the right job. The evidence is valid. If, on the other hand, one tool shows one thing, the other tool shows something else, then you have a problem.
What about looking at a different data extraction from a different year?
Absolutely. If you have more than one extraction, which, by the way, totally valid concept, I always recommend if you have a case that started a long time ago and the evidence was originally looked at, say, years ago, that as you get closer to trial, you re-examine the evidence and see what you find. The reason for that is the evidence doesn't change. Everybody does what they're supposed to do with the evidence. We know it's the same piece of evidence as it was in multiple years ago. But what does change is the tools are constantly being upgraded. The tools are constantly being improved. Tools are constantly being changed. We all know as users of computers that change is great until it's not. Sometimes when you change a tool, you break something. And so you do have to be careful when you have your tools and they upgrade that it does everything it was supposed to do and doesn't break something that it was already working great.
So a tool from a different year could extract the data and give a different result from another year? That's
correct. We hope not, but it has happened.
And just to confirm, you also looked at another entry. This is now page 4 of People's Exhibit 260. Do you recognise this?
I do.
A later time entry at 5:45:35 on January 22nd, 2017.
Yes, sir, I do.
This shows the same information, Near Me, linked to a lifestyle lounge URL, is that right?
That's correct.
Also deleted?
Yes,
right?
sir.
So the same issues may arise because it's deleted? Right.
Yes, sir.
Right. Did you look at a different data extraction? Actually, the other side of that. Did you look at a different data extraction for another year for these same entries?
Yes, sir. The 2023 data extraction. Celebrate report.
Your Honour, I have here 10 pages from Monica's iPhone 7 data extraction, if I may mark it as defence exhibit, I believe it's 631.
Yes, so on.
Showing you page 1 of defence exhibit 631. Do you recognise this as the 2023 data extraction for Monica's iPhone 7?
Yes, sir.
And it's looking at the same time entry, is that right?
That's correct. In this particular entry, we're no longer looking at the timeline, the calendar function. Instead, we're looking at the Safari web history. So it's just a subset of what was on the calendar before. Again, it's the same entry for 5:12 and 51 seconds. Has a title of Faux Near Me - Google search. That means a Google search was done for the words faux near me. And then it has URL, but this time the URL points to a Google search with the results faux near me. In other words, the Google page came up with the results of a search faux near me. In the previous examples we looked at, the search for faux near me came up with the results of Lifestyle Lounge.
You talked about doing a smell test, sort of using common sense. What did that tell you looking at these two different data entries?
If you do a Google search, you would expect the results that pop up to be the results of that search. Doing a Google search for faux near me and having the results pop up for Lifestyle Lounge just doesn't make sense.
So we have a 2023 extraction that says phone near me Google search linked to a Google URL. We have a 2025 extraction saying phone near me Google search, but linked to a lifestyle lounge URL. So they're at odds, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
Why could that be? How could that be from your understanding of the data?
As I stated before, the tools change over time. The evidence stays the same. So I would put the blame on the tool being different than it was back in 2023.
And correct me if I'm wrong, is it essentially, it's in the way that a new tool resurrects or extracts this data, it might link together data differently than a previous tool?
That's correct.
Did you notice any other, sorry actually, before I move on, page 2 of Defence Exhibit 630, this is then the corresponding entry at 5:45:35, January 22nd, 2017. This is also showing phone near me Google search, and this is also showing a Google URL, not a lifestyle lounge URL, correct?
That's correct.
I think you're referring to 631, counsel?
I'm so sorry, 631, that's correct.
Correct.
Did you notice any other issues in the data like this from reviewing the 2025 extraction?
I did.
And do you recognise this as a page from the 2025 extraction of Monica's iPhone 7?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice any issues, similar issues in the data from reviewing this?
Yes, if you look at the bottom line on the left, you see a search for Google Maps. This time the search was for EZGTR, and the resulting URL is a URL for Google Maps place, faux plus CA, meaning California. So a Google Maps search for something specifically called EZGTR gave a result of faux plus California. That doesn't pass the smell test. However, if you look at the URL directly above that line, you'll see Google Maps places EZGTR. So in other words, the URL for the line above is the correct answer to the Google Map search for EZGTR. So this is another glitch that was in the Cellbrite Reader report.
There's another way to put it, in resurrecting the data for these entries, it's mixed up.
Correct.
These two pieces.
Correct.
And this is for the 2025 extraction.
That's correct.
Now, did you analyse the 2025 extraction with any other software?
I did.
Any other tools?
I did. As I mentioned earlier, I also used Magnet Forensics Axiom program.
Showing you page 4, Defence Exhibit 631. Is this the Axiom tool, looking at the same data set?
It is.
And did you look for these entries at these specific times?
I did.
And what did you find?
I could not find an entry for 512, and as we'll see on the next page, 545. There were no entries from Axiom for the same two entries that have been in question.
So just to be absolutely clear, we see entries at 446:48, 513:06, but not one where you'd expect to see the in-between time.
Correct, at 512.
And the same here, this is now page 5 of Defence Civic 631. There's an entry at 518:58, an entry at 546:32, but no entry in between.
Correct, no entry at 545.
What does that tell you?
That a second tool did not produce the same results as Cellbrite did.
What does that tell you about the entry Google search for near me linked to lifestyle lounge?
That you should not trust that entry. It's a glitch. It's not a true and factual, validated finding.
Right, showing you page 6 of Defence Exhibit 631. What is this?
So when we, as a forensics investigator, look at the evidence, we don't just look at the reports that I've been showing you previous. We have the ability to drill down and look at views of the evidence like this. What this is a hexadecimal representation of the data that was stored on the phone. And if you look on the right side of the page, you can make out the English language words, www.google.com, search, the Q stands for the word query, and then it's a query for faux plus near plus me. So in other words, that Celebrate report we looked at before that showed a Google search with the answer being phone near me, this is what it actually looks like on the phone when the forensics investigator looks at the data.
This is the underlying data, is that a fair way to say it?
Correct. It's the underlying data that makes a Celebrate reader report.
And that is then interpreted by the reader for the 2025 extraction.
That's correct, which is given to attorneys or lawyers, attorneys or detectives to review.
Right, so from your analysis of the data, the entry "Fur near me" Google search linked to a URL lifestyle lounge, should that be relied upon?
No, it should not.
From your analysis of the data, is there any reliable data you found that shows a link between "Fur near me" Google search and lifestyle lounge on January 22nd, 2017?
No.
Just one quick last point. We talked about how these entries were deleted. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
From your analysis of the data, was there other web history that was deleted on Monica's iPhone 7?
Yes, there was.
Were there specific web history entries that were deleted, or more than that at all? What was your analysis?
More than that, actually, the only web history that remained on the phone was for June 14th, 2017. All of the previous data history had been cleared. That's the term that Apple uses. You can go into your browser history, hit a button that says clear browser history, and now the browser history is gone off of the phone. After you do that, the only data that remains is any new data that's added after that. So the phone was cleared sometime between or near June 14th, 2017. All the data prior to that was deleted. So it wasn't a selective, only one thing was deleted. Everything was deleted.
We can see that here on the web history. This is page 7 of Defense Exhibit 631. Do you see this? Do you recognize this as the web history from Monica's iPhone 7?
I do. And one thing to point out is right next to the word web history, it says 9679. That's how many different rows of entries there had been. And all but, I believe it was 17, were deleted. So all the data was deleted except the one date of June 14th, 2017.
And this red yes under deleted here means this entry was deleted, correct?
That's correct.
And as you said, there were many items that were deleted, showing you page 9 from her web history, Defense Exhibit 631. Here, these are web history from target.com linked to buying printer ink, is that right?
Yes, sir.
These were deleted web history entries, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you page 10. There is web history relating to Maggiano's Italian food restaurant. This is something else that's deleted, for example, from the web history.
Correct.
Right. I have no further questions, Ron.
You may cross.
Okay. I'm going to take it down on a layperson level, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I think I'm going to assume that most people aren't as techie. That's not an offensive word, but tech-related as you. So there's no question, then, you're not here testifying that that phone that we've already heard testimony that's been associated with the defendant was searching phone near me at 5:12 p.m. on January 22nd, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So there's no question here that phone near me, and it's blue, it's hard to see, there's a search starting at 5:12, multiple searches, it looks like, from different phone numbers. That's not in question. You're not disputing that the phone near me, that part isn't glitchy, right? That one's right.
That's correct. I do have to give one slight clarification.
Go ahead.
The user of the phone did not do the Google search. The Google search was sent to that phone via text message.
Okay. Right, we've heard evidence of that. So that came to the phone number then that we've already attributed to the defendant from a search from her husband. So we've already been through that. Now, the question is, you said that you analyzed, Celebrate, let's just start with Celebrate. Just as a refresher, Celebrite then is a company basically that allows for law enforcement and various government agencies to extract data from a phone, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when you get that data, you plug it into a machine. I'm being very simple here. Data comes out, but a normal person that doesn't understand it can't read it. It's like ones and zeros and things like that, right?
Correct, and that's sort of the highlighted yellow screen I showed with the hexadecimal view. That's what
Okay.
we can see forensically.
So that's where you come into play, is that you are skilled in analyzing that data and putting it into a readable format.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that fair? And with that, then you testify. Do you use Celebrite Reader?
The program that's used to analyze the data is actually called Celebrite Physical Analyzer. You then determine what information is important to your investigation. You highlight, bookmark those pieces of information, and then you generate a report of just the important information, and that report is then sent to Celebrite Reader, and I can send the Celebrite Reader data and application as a package to an attorney or to a detective to then be able to open up and review the data without having to have the full version of the tool that I pay for. The Celebrite Reader is a free version Celebrite gives so that we can pass it to the end user, being the attorneys or the detectives.
So by the time the detectives or the attorneys get it, then it's in normal form, like what we see, what we've been presenting in court, where we can see a search, it says phone near me, that makes sense now.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that kind of fair? All right. So when you talked about you are able then to search for what's important to the investigator, that means you can put in certain parameters for what you're looking for necessarily and kind of tailor the data specifically to what you're looking for.
That's correct. That's what
Okay.
the forensics person in the forensics lab does. As anybody knows, there's literally millions of items of data on a device, and that you can't keep track of that forever. You have to figure out what's important to your case and highlight just those pieces of information and then provide that to the attorneys or the detective.
Okay. So you're saying then, your testimony and why you're here to testify is that when you ran it in 2020, well, you didn't run it, you ran it recently.
Correct.
You analyzed it recently, I should say. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you used what you said, physical analyzer, which means the tool that makes it make sense, makes it in a readable format.
Yes, ma'am.
So you did it in 2023, and in 2023, the 2023 phone dump, right? And you didn't see a link from Phone Near Me you didn't see this, where it's linked to Lifestyle Lounge in your 2023 run.
I need to slightly correct one thing you
Go
said.
ahead.
I didn't do it until this month, this week actually. But the extraction was an extraction the government made in 2023, did not contain the link to Lifestyle Lounge. The extraction the government did for 2025 did contain the Lifestyle Lounge entry.
Okay. So do you know, were you aware that when LAPD presented this to the defense and ran it in 2023, this is how it appears from law enforcement with the Lifestyle Lounge link based on the reader that they were using in 2023? You understand that?
No, ma'am, I do not. The
Okay.
data that I was provided for 2023 did not say Lifestyle Lounge. It said the Google search answer.
Right, but you used your own reader to run it, right?
No, ma'am, I used the reader that, I said that you have Celebrite Reader, that you have the data and the application. That's exactly what I had, the data and the application that had been provided to me by the government.
But when the government ran it, it has Lifestyle Lounge, but when you ran it, you're saying you can't find that there.
That's correct. The 2023 extraction doesn't say Lifestyle Lounge in the copy that I was provided by the government.
Now, did you also know that the government, you're calling it the government, but you mean LAPD, right?
Absolutely.
So LAPD also ran it, the same data in 2020. Did the defense, when they hired you to come here, give you the 2020 results as well?
They did.
Okay, and so on the 2020 results, again, the Lifestyle Lounge came up linked close to this phone near me on the 2020 dump from LAPD also.
I can't answer that one. I did not get to get a chance to run that one.
Okay, so you didn't, they gave it to you, but you didn't look at 2020 to see if anything was consistent.
Correct, because I'd already found an inconsistency between 23 and 25. What 2020 would have said really doesn't matter at that point. I can't trust that evidence because
Okay.
it was wrong on one of the two.
So you're just said, forget it, no tiebreaker, like I'm going to go with two different versions and I don't care what happened before.
Well, the tiebreaker was when I looked at the hexadecimal version. That's the tiebreaker. And the
Okay.
tiebreaker shows that the entry should have been a Google search for phone near me. Logic says if you search for a Google search for phone near me, the answer would be a Google search for phone near me.
All right. So then you were aware when you started that the defense told you that in 2020, 2023, and a phone dump again, run again in 2025, all came up from the government, LAPD detectives, with the same exact result. You knew that when you started your analysis. That's why you went back to see if you could find or look for a discrepancy, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So do you believe that your 2023 phone dump, your reader that you're using, was the most updated version?
So I used the government's version first, and then I updated to the most recent version of Celebrite Reader and used that one. And both of the times that both the old version and the new version both showed the same answer.
Okay. But then in 2025, you saw it again there. Is that right?
Yes.
So what you see on the screen, you saw the most recent while we've been in trial, and now you saw it again.
In 2025, I see the Lifestyle Lounge.
And then you testified that as it gets closer to trial, it's a good idea to re-examine the evidence because tools are constantly being upgraded, right?
Absolutely.
So 2025 seems like it would be the most reliable, correct? Because we're in trial. It's the most updated version of the reader of the same exact data phone dump, right?
So the data was exactly the same. I confirm that. However, as I stated, sometimes when they update tools, they break things. And so my explanation would be Celebrite, unfortunately, broke the way it does the data carving in this particular version of the Celebrite Reader tool.
So, but it wasn't broken it was broken 2025, but it wasn't broken 2023 when you ran it. It's got to be broken 2025, the most updated version.
That's correct.
Okay. Does that mean it was glitchy in 2025?
I would say between the this entry and the ZGTR entry that also was glitchy, then yes, it would still be glitchy.
Was it glitchy in 2020 also then?
I can't speculate on that
Oh,
one.
because you didn't look at 2020.
Correct.
Okay. And then the Lifestyle Lounge then, when you look at that URL though, you can see that it's directly in line with Phone Near Me. It's a Google search. The web history is directly in line with Lifestyle Lounge. If you read across the line, it says member ID, there's a number, then it says chat ID. So it appears to be that URL would be a direct way to log right into a website, right? Because there's a member ID and a chat ID, something of that nature, right?
Yes, the URL that is listed here would be exactly what you just said. However, I can't tie that URL to the date 1/22/2017 at 5:12.
But you can't not tie it either, right?
Yes, I can not tie it.
So you're not
correct
here
in
to
your question.
say that it's not possible that that Phone Near Me search was somehow linked to Lifestyle Lounge. You're not here to say that with definity, right?
On what date?
Well, the only date that's up there, 1/22.
Yes, I can definitively say at 5:12 on 1/22, there was not an entry for Lifestyle Lounge.
And we're looking at the 2025 dump. Are you still basing this on your glitchiness from 2023?
I'm basing this on the 2025 hexadecimal view of the data that I used.
I don't think anyone knows what that means.
The page that was up that had the highlighting and all the numbers and letters, that was the hexadecimal view. The detail that the forensics investigator gets to look at.
Okay, I don't think anyone knows what that means. But so we're at Phone Near Me, and then we get to Lifestyle Lounge. It's all linked right here in line. But your opinion is that there's no way those two are related, even though we're looking right at them on the screen on a printout from Celebrite Extraction, right?
If you do a Google search for Phone Near Me, the answer is not Lifestyle Lounge.
Okay.
The answer for Phone Near Me in a Google search would be Phone Near Me results.
All right. But for sure there was a search for Phone Near Me.
Done by the victim, yes.
And by the way, when were you hired on this case?
In 2023, but I was only brought back up to speed last Thursday.
And did you get paid for being here?
Yes, ma'am.
How much did you get paid?
I've been paid a $5,000 retainer so far.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Jones?
Well, wait a minute, one question. You said so far. What does that mean, so far?
I haven't billed for my time in the last week.
So $5,000 plus coming to court today to testify. Is that fair?
Plus my investigative time last weekend.
And I understand it's a business, so I'm not trying to insult you on that. And then so you have your time that you consulted, so $5,000 plus time consulting, plus your time to come to court today to testify that phone near me could not possibly be linked to lifestyle damage.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jones?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. We're all looking at this same page, aren't we? What is written on this piece of paper on this page, as everyone can see, is phone near me, URL, lifestyle lounge, right?
Yes, sir.
What's written on this page could be completely wrong from your analysis, right?
In my opinion, it is completely wrong.
And you've looked at the underlying data, which is the hexadecimal data, correct?
Correct.
And what did that tell you this entry should be?
Again, a Google search for phone near me should give a URL result of Google phone near me.
And that is exactly what is shown in the 2023 extraction report. Yes?
Correct.
That's this, isn't it?
Correct.
Right. No further questions.
Anything further by the people?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Groom, and you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I call your next witness?
I am now the tester, Your Honor. May I get him?
Please.
Tester, Your Honor.
Thank you.
If you could please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat and stand. the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Ian, I-A-N, Malatesta, M-A-L-A-T-E-S-T-A.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Malatesta, what is your occupation?
I'm an attorney, licensed to practice law in California since 1977.
And do you have a specialty?
Family law.
Can you give us a little background of your experience in this area of the law?
Well, after law school, I practiced with two prominent law firms, Grayson, Gross, Friedman, and Phillips in Westwood, and then Eisfelder and Eliezer also in Westwood. And I've been on my own as a sole practitioner since 1989.
Are you currently practicing or retired or in between?
Actually, I'm in between. I'm a mediator.
And when did you retire from your active practice?
May of 2023.
And do you have any specific experience or background in the area of family law, community property, specifically divorce cases?
Well, I've handled over 1,000 divorce cases myself. I've represented different people, actors on Melrose Place and Cheers. I represented myself, the executive producer of Law and Order, the executive producer of Everybody Loves Raymond. I represented...
Did you represent any normal people?
Well, 98% were working people. That's how I built my practice.
And how many of these cases through the years involved divorce?
All divorce or just prenuptials or paternity. But all family law related issues. Spousal support, child support, paternity. You name it in family law, I've tried it.
Mr. Malatesta, did I retain you to be an expert in this case if needed in the area of family law, divorce, and community property?
You did. I was retained in February of 2025.
And are you being paid for your testimony and research and investigation today?
I am.
What is your fee? I mean, what have we paid you?
I was paid a retainer of $7,500, and I'm billing at my rate, which has been the same rate for 20 years, which is $550 an hour.
How much time would you estimate that you've put in so far in investigating the facts of this case as it relates to divorce and community property?
I estimate that the retainer will cover... I was here on February 10th to hear the testimony of Ms. Ebersbacher. I was here to hear all of that, and today, and I prepared a report regarding her testimony, and I estimate that the retainer will cover all of that. I've been on call for a while, and I'm not going to worry about that. When you and the court need me, I'll be available, and I'm here today to testify.
You understand it's hard to predict how long a witness may take.
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully yours will not be 3.5 days.
Yeah.
Okay. Did well, if you were here for the testimony of Ms. Ebersbacher, did you observe what was marked as Exhibit 126, which is labeled Death versus Divorce at the top under Sementilli. Do you see that?
Yes, I have that. I reviewed that.
Okay, and it's right on the screen to your right, I believe, if that's the same report, is it?
Yes.
All right. And did you hear Ms. Ebersbacher testify regarding the issue of alimony as it might apply to the question of divorce versus death in this case?
I did hear her testimony.
All right. And on this chart, which has been displayed, did you see a section that dealt with the issue of alimony?
No, I did not.
Right. And you understand that this chart is supposed to have indicated or documented certain amounts that Ms. Sementilli would receive upon the death of her husband versus the divorce of her husband. You see that?
Yes, that was what she was, I think, trying to do.
Okay.
But spousal support was left out, which is the major issue in a 20-some-year marriage, which I was told the Sementillis had.
So I was going to ask you then, you heard her then opine on the issue of alimony, but indicated it was not on the chart, correct?
Correct, I heard that.
All right, and in your opinion, would that be a major factor in determining whether or not financially it was more beneficial for Monica Sementilli's husband to be deceased or to be the subject of a divorce?
Yeah, in my opinion, it would have been the main issue. It would have been $1 million issue if I was representing the family, either one of them.
Can you explain then, based on the hypothetical of the deceased having been involved with the defendant in a 20-year marriage with a salary between $200,000 and $300,000, can you opine on what the potential alimony would have been had there been a divorce proceeding?
Sure. I mean, that's as a family law attorney, I've handled spousal support, basically every case. But I believe Ms. Ebersbacher said that Mr. Sementilli was making approximately $280,000, which was the number I used, and that Mrs. was earning somewhere between $10,000 and $20,000. So in family law, that would have been the single most important issue to deal with.
Why?
Because it's a long long-term marriage under Family Code 4320, and a woman in her position would have been entitled to basically 1/3 of his income based on the length of the marriage and the other factors, lifestyle, do they have minor children, separate property, any other factors. So it's like 10 factors. And I value that as $1 million issue. I basically, in my mind, if I was representing either one of them, you represent a husband, you try to buy out spousal support, or
What does that mean?
well, buy out. Some people in marriages are worth marriages of duration of, like, let's say they were married, use this, 8 years, and she would be entitled to basically 4 years of marriage and 8, because lengthy marriage under the code is defined as any marriage over 10 years. This is way above that. This is 20-some years.
All right.
So in an 8-year marriage,
Okay.
let me finish. In an 8-year marriage, she would be entitled to 4 years. So you can calculate what that 4 years is worth. Okay? So when you represent a husband, you can buy out that. You can
Like a lump payment?
A lump payment, or you can trade assets. And that's really important, because if you trade it, then you have to worry about going back to court on modifications, court time, and lawyers, etc. Okay. So in a long-term marriage, I valued that her support would have been minimal, let's say 10 years at $7,500 a month, which is $90,000 a year, times 10 years is $900,000. Now comes the major issue of tax on that, which Ms. Ebersbacher didn't discuss at all. But
Well, explain to us then what the tax situation was, for lack of a better term, in 2017.
Taxable to the recipient, deductible by the payor, meaning Mr. Sementilli gets to deduct all the spousal support on his tax return should they separate in a divorce. Should they get divorced or just separate?
So it's going to cost him less in net funds.
Correct.
What about the benefit to her financially?
She has to pay tax on all the money on spousal support, but she wasn't making that, which is what we found over the years. And it's wonderful now, because you see, I have, I represent an executive at Disney who's. What happened with President Trump in his first term is they changed the law that had been in existence for 75 years, and now, as we sit here today, the payor, in this case, who would have been Mr. Sementilli, he can't deduct it anymore.
And what about the recipient?
She gets it tax-free, which is much harder to make a deal, because there's no taxes involved.
But let's now go back to the year of 2017, which this chart was based on,
Right.
which was the year that Mr. Sementilli was murdered. How would the alimony have affected the figures in this chart?
Well, you can add $1 million to this chart.
On what column?
She didn't have a column for it. There's not one column for it.
Well, is there a divorce column and a death column at the top?
She had a difference of $1.5 million, death greater than divorce.
And if you would have added the amount that you're indicating that Ms. Sementilli would have been entitled to in alimony, how would that have affected that chart?
I would have deducted $1 million from that number before I analyzed all her other assets, which, like the stock options is completely wrong. But
Okay.
But I would have deducted $1 million.
Which would have
Can I explain further why?
Sure.
It's my professional experience that in a long-term marriage of 20 years, that she could have gotten support. Many judges in LA, and all my work, 90% of my work, maybe 95, is in 2 blocks away on Hill in LA County. Ms. Ebersbacher is a forensic accountant, not an attorney, from San Diego.
Well, tell us what your opinion would be based on as opposed to hers.
That an LA County judge easily could give her retention of jurisdiction support, meaning support for life, meaning that she could get it for, they were in their 40s. I mean, she could have gotten it until he retired at 65.
Whatever his age was at death, he would...
Well, support, there are the terminating factors in support are remarriage, death of either spouse, or, quote, further order of court.
All right, so let's take that one at a time. If you are divorced and your alimony is awarded, you talked about $7,500 a month. That would be in place until either Ms. Sementilli remarried or Mr. Sementilli died, correct?
Or she died.
Oh, she died.
Or she died.
What if he died and she was getting alimony?
Terminates.
Okay. And
which is...
Go on.
I'm just trying to move it for you, but...
Help me out. I'm still married.
No, spousal support for his death. It's not on this chart, but in every case that I handle spousal support, a major factor is life insurance on the payor spouse's life for the recipient. So I always would make sure, like in this case, if the Sementillis come to me, I would make sure that Mr. Sementilli had life insurance, either through substantial life insurance, either through employment or a separate policy to protect, it's in the code, security for support. Because upon his untimely demise, he has a heart attack and dies, she gets no more spousal support.
Okay. So you see on this chart, which is in front of you, there is a section for life insurance. Is that correct?
I see it, 24.
Okay.
Line 24.
All right. So that's life insurance proceeds, which under the estate the figure is $720,000. You see that?
I see it.
And then you see on the right, there's another figure of $720,000, and that goes over to the final line of $720,000.
I see it.
Now, if they got divorced, what you're saying is that the life insurance, since alimony would end upon his death, would be protected by the life insurance. Is that correct?
Correct.
But
I couldn't tell from this, you'd have to look at the footnote, I couldn't tell from this whether that was a separate life insurance policy or this was the policy from his employment that he designated her 40%, 40%.
Okay, let's assume that it's from the employment. That's where he obtained it from. What you're saying is you were informed that it was split 40% for her and then 40% for the children. Is that correct? 60% for the children.
60%, exactly. There were different policies split different ways, but that's basically she was getting 40%. But this would be a good protection for her security for spousal support if it was already in existence. Because right. I'm sorry to say husbands and wives because I'm an old timer, but I make husbands get life insurance to protect, in the event of their demise, to protect the wife who would lose the spousal support.
All right, so let me try to put that in layman terms.
Okay.
If Ms. Sementilli divorces Mr. Sementilli and gets your figure of $7,500 a month, that could carry on until he was 65 or she remarried, correct?
Absolutely correct.
All right. But if he dies, as he did in this case, he was murdered, then alimony would no longer be paid, obviously.
Absolutely correct.
Okay. So simply put, he would be worth far more had he lived, because he'd be paying alimony, than upon his death. Is that correct?
In my professional opinion, there was no question he'd be worth more that he stay alive than he die.
Plus, if he lived and there was a divorce, she not only would get alimony, but upon his death, the life insurance would still apply. Is that correct?
She would get life insurance for security for the, yes, that is correct.
Well, security or not, as long as he continued the life insurance, he'd be paying alimony, and upon his death, that would be, you say that there would have to be security for her, or she'd have to be a beneficiary, correct?
Yeah, if this was just through the employment, I probably would have gotten even more insurance for her to protect her spousal support.
You're bragging.
No, I mean, it's really, I think it's, you're hired to do a job. I mean, it's.
Is there any question in your mind that he, just from a financial point of view, was worth far more alive than dead?
Oh, worth far more alive than, absolutely. First of all, you have to assume he's going to create greater earning power to be alive, and like he's making $280, okay, and he's a young man. I don't know. Only what I've heard here. I don't know how old he was upon his demise, but you have to assume he's going to make more. You have to assume that if I had handled this, the house. Okay.
He was 49 years old.
Okay, 49 years old. So his life expectancy, and he's going to live and make more money. The assets. I mean, you can.
In other words, if he's alive, as long as they're married, she's living the same lifestyle, we would hope, as she was at the time in 2017, correct? Or even greater, you're saying?
Well, the purpose of a family law attorney is also to try to get, in the event of a divorce, where you're now taking a paycheck or paychecks and dividing it in half, to try to keep both spouses in as close to the lifestyle that they have, upon divorce. That's why you can see they sold the house. If you want to get to the house issue.
Well, it looks like it was divided equally. Does that make sense?
Right, but in a divorce, the worst thing you can do is to sell the house. What you try to do, if I represent Ms. Sementilli, I would try to get her the house and give him other equalizing assets, because the house is going to appreciate. You can imagine what houses in LA County appreciate in 5 or 10 years, and she's got a house to live in. So let's assume the equity was $500,000, the net equity. Okay. If you don't sell the house, if you make a deal, there are no costs of sale. You don't deduct that $100,000 that's on here. There are no broker's costs.
That's the cost that was involved in selling the house, which was sold.
Right. You want to avoid that if you can, and try to make a deal between spouses, because then you don't have that. You also then have, if you represent wife in this case, she has a place to live for the next 10, 20 years. You don't know what the mortgage rates are. Maybe they were low, now they're 6-7%. Maybe they were lower. So there's so many factors that would have been better for her in a divorce than any untimely death for him.
And just to summarize, those factors involve the increase in the value of the home, it involves the alimony, and it involves the life insurance that you would try to maintain to protect her if he had an untimely death, correct?
Correct.
All right. One last item I asked you to look at.
Okay.
And that was the options.
Correct.
Do you see a figure of $935,000 halfway down? That's line 16. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And if you go to your left, do you see the amounts of $795,000 and $140,000? You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And on the far side to the right, there was a figure of $537,000, which Ms. Eversbacher said would be the advantage to Ms. Sementilli for those options upon the death of her husband in 2017. You see that?
I do.
Now, was that based on the value of the options in 2017, or for some reason did Ms. Ebersbacher calculate the value of the options in 2024?
Yeah, that figure is 100% wrong. You'd have to look at it, footnote E, but it's my understanding, reading E, that the options were worth $74,000 at the time the time of his 2017, and they became 7 years later. After everything happened, apparently they became an E. She even says the value of the $74,000 was, the value of the $900,000 is in February of 24. So 7 years later, the stock options are now worth $900,000. Now, you go back to the analysis of the divorce. What's my job? I handled the CFO of public storage. The only issue in the case was millions of dollars worth of stock options.
So
Okay.
what should have been considered in a death versus divorce analysis, the time of death or 10 or 8 or 7 years later?
Well, the issue there becomes, do the parties, let's assume they separate and they're getting divorced in 2017 or 2018 or 2019, okay? It takes approximately 2 years to get, in my professional opinion, to get a division of property in a divorce case.
But let me ask you this. In death, would not the value of the options at the time of death be the figure that you would consider?
That's a tough question.
Not in a divorce, just if you die.
Well, I don't know. In death, can the estate? I don't know. That's not my area of expertise. But in death, does the estate invoke the options? One thing she didn't deal with, Ebersbacher.
Excuse me. There's an objection, counsel. You know I have.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm just going.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry.
Sustain.
I'm sorry.
All right. I'm just talking about the value of the options was what in 2017?
$74,000.
And the value in 2024 was what?
$900,000.
Okay, and we went over this with another witness, Ms. No, I believe. And in your opinion, if you were evaluating the value of the options at the time of death in 2017, would it be what they were worth in 2017?
Oh, absolutely.
What you're saying is if she got divorced, then you're talking about the options as being worth perhaps a lot more because they don't know what they're going to be worth down the road, and you would figure that out to the best of your client's advantage if it was a divorce, correct?
Objection, that's speculation.
Correct, because depending upon who I'm representing in a divorce, it's a major analysis there. Because you don't know in 17 or 18, do they divide the options? Does one party buy the other's interest in the option? Like, he could write her a check for $37,000 and he could own all the options, okay? They could divide the options if the company allows them to divide them. In a divorce, which is my expertise, you have the issue of when is the option exercisable, when does it vest? Like Ms. Ebersbacher on line 16 divided the options into, I assume, she didn't testify to this, well, maybe she did. CP is community property, SP is separate property. I have no idea how she came to that characterization of the options, because if it's separate property in a divorce, Mr. Sementilli would not have to divide that with his wife.
But if the options were obtained while they were married, wouldn't it normally be community property?
It would.
Okay. So, again, without getting too complicated, all this in the long run is dependent on whether the options go up or down in a divorce case, but in death, there's a specific amount it's worth on the time of death. Is that correct?
Correct, because some options, they turn into, they go underwater. They're not,
If the stock went down.
stock went down.
Finally, was there any indication there or consideration of child support for the child who was under the age of 18, and I think she was already 16 and the other one 18, but at least for those 2 years, would he have been required to pay child support?
He would have, and it would have depended upon, the amount would have depended upon the amount of his custodial time. Like a lot of dads have 50% time of the child, which would reduce child support. But child support's in LA County not like spousal support. Child support's very easy to obtain. It's we had up to just recently a computer program called the DisoMaster, where you plug in income and it gives you child support.
But are we talking about a small amount, since in 2 years the minor child would be 18?
Correct.
And at that point, there would no longer be child support as a matter of law. Is that
Unless the child's a full-time high school student, at which case child support goes to 19.
All right. So in summary then, if I asked you, if you were preparing this chart and determining whether or not, for the simple question, which no one should have to face, obviously, what was the worth of Mr. Sementilli in death versus divorce, what would your answer be?
In my opinion, it would have been beneficial for her that he live, and she go through a divorce.
For the reasons you stated.
For the reason I stated, that the options would have been $74,000, not $900. The house.
Well, you've
talked about the house, talked about spousal.
Okay, for the reasons you've stated, and the main reason still remains the alimony, which was not even calculated. Is that
Can I
correct?
say one more thing?
Sure. Why not?
When I said,
Yes, that's, I don't know how they do things in family law about the evidence goes, sir. Here we have to follow it, sustained.
Is there another factor that you wanted to cite to the issue of death versus divorce?
yes, well, Miss Ebersbacher, I took a note when I was here on February 10th, and she said that she thought that spousal support would be for a period of 5 years. To me, that would be malpractice.
So you're saying it would be how long?
Well, she included temporary, which is the time of separation, to time of divorce, which in LA County takes approximately 2 years. And then she added on 3 years. Three years in a 21-year marriage is completely unacceptable.
What is acceptable?
A minimum of 10 years. They're married 21 years. It's a lengthy marriage. So.
And could be greater than 10 years.
It could be greater than 10, but to me that was well, she's not a lawyer.
Well, that's a major factor on this chart.
Well, major factor to me, and the fact that she told the court and testified to 5 years, temporary and permanent, was, I would never accept any of that in my 47.
Non-responsive.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have nothing further.
Stricken. We're going to take I know you don't want to take a break. I need to get my staff has to go to the bathroom. So we're going to take about 10 minutes. Is that okay with you? The admin supplies. See you back in 10 minutes.
tremendously, in your opinion, inflated amount for the value of death versus divorce. Did you have a figure in mind or a range?
Well, I just would have deducted from the $1.5 million that she had death benefit greater than divorce. I would have deducted the $1 million for spousal, and I would have deducted $800,000 for the stock options, which would have been $74,000 at separation, not $900,000 in 2024.
So what would you have come up with approximately as the difference between the value of death versus divorce? If those were the two choices in 2017.
Yeah, I don't have a number for you, but all I can do is tell you my professional opinion is that she would have been much better that if she had to go through a divorce than his untimely death, financially.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Mr.
counsel.
Maltese. So what are the options then if divorce isn't an option? And let's say that you come from a big Italian family where divorce isn't an option, then what?
You stay together and live unhappily, which a lot of people do, I'm sure.
Or if the spouse dies, you come into a windfall, right?
If the spouse dies, you come into a windfall.
Well, you get 100%.
I'm not an estate lawyer. I can't testify about what would happen on death. So.
Well, you've just testified to a lot of things that would happen on divorce versus death. Isn't that why you're here?
No, everything I testified was related to divorce. That's my expertise.
Okay.
I don't do estate planning. I do divorce.
But weren't you here to testify that it's more money to divorce than death? So you are testifying about the difference between divorce versus death. That's why you're here.
Yes, I was here to analyze this chart that Miss Ebersbacher did.
Okay.
And in my professional opinion, using what she had for death, Miss Sementilli would have been better getting a divorce than any untimely death of her husband.
But you just testified that you're not an expert in death.
I'm accepting her death numbers on this chart, except for the options, which it's wrong.
So are you an expert then to compare divorce benefits versus death benefits?
No. I'm an expert in whether she would have been better financially if she had gotten a divorce from him in 2017, 2018, 2019, than him dying during that time.
Okay, so you just did the divorce side, but you didn't touch the death side.
Correct. The death side, I looked at her numbers, but I couldn't tell you.
I got it.
Okay.
So you were hired then in the middle of trial after we started in February of this year to write a report, come in, and testify in court, correct?
That is correct. February, I wasn't really hired to do a report. I offered to do a summary that maybe you would accept the report in lieu of testimony so we could shorten the trial, but I made myself available to testify.
So you offered to write a report to shorten the trial?
Well, if you accepted my report, maybe you wouldn't need my testimony here today. That would shorten the trial.
So did you offer to do a report because you're personal friends with Mr. Levine?
No.
Are you personal friends with Mr. Levine?
I'm friends with him. We don't socialize and stuff. I've known him for 30 some years. I've never testified for him in any court of law, and in 47 years, I've only worked with him on 2 cases.
So did you run into him when you were out on the town or somewhere in your town? You ran into him and started talking about this case? Is that how you got retained by your friend of 30 years?
Is that relevant, Your Honor?
Sir, you're not in a position to object. Let me stop it. You're a witness. You're not an attorney here.
Okay.
You're speaking as a witness.
Okay.
So you're trying to object, it's overruled. Answer the question.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Levine called me in end of January, beginning of February 25, while I assume your trial was going on, and asked me if I could do an analysis of what a spouse would receive in a divorce case in 2017, 2018.
So you didn't run into him and then strike up this conversation out of the blue?
No, of course not.
All right. So when he called you that, then did he offer to pay you for your services?
He did.
And at that point, is that when, before you wrote a report, that you gave him a $7,500 retainer?
No. He gave me a $7,500. I didn't give him a $7,500.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah. So, yes, he sent that to me within 48 hours of our having a conversation about what my responsibility or work product would be.
Okay, so are you currently practicing, or are you retired?
No, I'm a member of the bar. I'm practicing. I was in trial last week in Ventura. I have...
That's fine.
Okay.
Now, when you talked about, you know, the joke about an objection in court here, have you testified as a expert on divorce benefits in a criminal court?
Never in a criminal court. 10 times as a divorce expert in divorce cases.
So that's all civil?
It's all civil.
And it's all based on the side that you're representing, whether it be the male or the female, right?
And I've been appointed by the court on 2 or 3 occasions.
Is that a yes?
Can I answer the question, Your Honor?
You can answer the question of the propounded, sir.
So I'm going to object non-responsive.
Sustain.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
Have you practiced or testified as an attorney, as an expert in a case of divorce and how much money somebody may or may not receive in a criminal court case?
I already answered that. The answer was no. You then asked me...
Objection, non-responsive. Can I ask you again?
In a criminal case, I already answered.
Excuse me, Your Honor, you answered no.
No.
Excuse me, sir. It's overruled. It's overruled.
I've never testified on any divorce-related matters in a criminal case.
So this is the one case where you're doing a favor for your friend of 30 years. This is the first time in your entire career that you're going to come into court and testify for the defense in a criminal case. Is that accurate?
That is totally inaccurate. I'm not doing any favors for Mr. Levine, Ms. Sementilli, or anyone in this courtroom, and that's offensive. I'm testifying
Objection,
because I got
non-responsive.
$7,500 to give an expert opinion.
Move to strike.
Stricken.
You were paid $7,500 as a retainer before you provided the report or after you provided the report?
Before.
Okay, and that retainer involved what? What was your understanding that retainer would be for?
I would analyze what the parties' divorce would look like in 2017 and 18. That was one. 2, I would make myself available to come to court to listen to your expert, if you had an expert, and critique that expert's opinion. And 3, I would make myself available to testify.
Okay, and then you testified that at the conclusion of those 3 points that you just made, you feel as though your $7,500 will, for lack of better words, be used up. You're going to have at least billed $7,500 for those services, right?
I estimate that will cover all of my time in this case.
Do you estimate it's going to go over that?
I really don't.
Okay. And that's for writing a report, coming to court and listening to testimony, and then coming again today to testify. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. Now, you have not ever had a conversation with the defendant in this case. Is that correct?
Never.
And prior to this, you never knew the Sementillis or the state of their marriage?
Never.
So if there were to be a divorce, it's fair to say you have no idea what the terms would be if they even agreed on certain aspects of a divorce, right?
That is correct.
Because sometimes people get divorced and it's amicable, and they work it all out, and they never hire someone like you, an attorney, correct?
That is correct.
So you're just estimating that this would be a hostile divorce and the best benefit for the client, which would be, in this case, the defendant.
Wrong. Not correct.
Okay, what's not correct about that?
Even if it was a mediation, which I'm doing now, which is not hostile, the parties negotiate terms. The terms they would negotiate would be division of assets, in this case spousal support, child support, attorney's fees, which is a major issue, because if they had gotten divorced, in my opinion, there would have been major attorney's fees involved. So I'm doing mediation now, and I'm enjoying it, but I'm mediating major cases.
Objection, non-responsive to the last part, move to strike.
Sure.
So your conversations with Mr. Levine, you knew about the defendant in this case. How old was she when her husband died?
I believe I was told in her 40s.
Okay, 44, does that sound right?
That sounds right.
And then you weren't sure how old Fabio was, but if I told you 49, that sounds right?
That sounds right from what I heard today, correct.
And then you estimated that if there was a divorce, and this would be under the assumption that it's a contested divorce, correct?
No.
Well,
it could be mediated, which is not really contested. Contested, you mean like litigation in court, I'm in trial, or do you mean mediation? There's many different, avenues of divorce, but.
Exactly, there's a lot of different avenues of divorce, right?
Right, and if I was a mediator.
So, objection, no response, no question pending.
Very good.
Are you allowed to answer the question?
He's volunteering, counsel. That's not responsive.
So there's a lot of avenues for divorce. You can't say exactly what would have happened had the defendant divorced her husband, who you don't even know. Right?
And that's hard to answer. I can.
Is it?
No, in a 21-year marriage, you get so many years of support.
Okay,
period.
sir, who told you it was a 21-year marriage?
Miss Ebersbacher.
Okay, so what if I told you that that's incorrect? Did you speak directly to Miss Ebersbacher?
No, that's what she testified to.
Okay, so it's a 19-year marriage. Does that change anything?
No, nothing.
All right. Now, based on that, again, all these different avenues, not knowing Mr. Sementilli, not knowing the defendant, she could have gotten substantially more than what you've estimated, right? He could have given her a lot more.
And that's correct.
Right.
A lot less, a lot more.
He could have also said, nope, you're having an affair with this guy. I found out about it. I'm not agreeing to anything. And that divorce could have drug on for 10 years, right?
I see a lot of affairs, and I've never had a case drag on anywhere near 10 years. You used 10 years.
Okay, could have drug on for years, right?
5 years? Yes.
All right. So that doesn't mean it would have been resolved that day. Now, you also testified that, in your opinion,
Is that a question?
That sounds like testimony.
you also testified that she would receive, in your opinion, $90,000 a year, and that's if you're using a formula with the family code, I assume.
I used Miss Ebersbacher's numbers of $280,000 average annual income for Mr. Sementilli. I used $20,000 for Miss Sementilli, and I used all of the factors under Family Code 4320.
Okay, what about the fact that the defendant is 44 years old? In your experience of all these years since 1985 practicing, do the courts say, you know what, you're 44, you were a prior teacher or professor or whatever version of teaching, and you know what, just kick back. You don't have to work. You don't have to get a job. You're going to get $90,000 a year. Is that how it really works?
She would get $90,000 a year, period. But what you're getting to, Ms. Ebersbacher brought up, which is interesting. You want to talk about it, we should, which is the Gavron warning. The Gavron warning in California states that if you're able to work, you should try to work. Doesn't mean you're going to be self-supporting, just means if you're able to work, you should. Now, if she made 30 or 40 or 50, if she made $100,000, it would change the equation. She would get less support.
Right.
But maybe Mr. Sementilli, if the case dragged on for 5 years, is now making $400,000 or $500,000. It would not. He'd pay more. He wouldn't pay less, even if she was making $100,000. So.
Okay. Again, let me ask you this: the Gavron warning. I understand what you're testifying to, but again, she's 44. You're not saying that a woman who's 44 who has a teaching background couldn't go out and get a job, are you?
I'm saying that the courts require that people look for jobs if they're able to work.
And a 44-year-old healthy woman who has a prior career, who gave up that career to move to another country with her teen daughters, that would be somebody that would be able to work again.
You'd have to analyze then, does she have a teaching credential in California?
Okay.
If she doesn't, then she has to go to school.
How do you know that?
You can't teach without a teaching credential.
How do you know she doesn't?
I don't.
Okay.
I want you to tell me.
I'm not telling you anything, sir. That's not how this works. I'm asking you questions, and then I'm asking you to answer. So, again, my question is, you're not saying that the courts would look at a 44-year-old woman who has a history of teaching in California, let me put that in there, and say, you know what? You can divorce this man who makes $280,000 a year, and we're going to give you $90,000 a year for the rest of your life, and you don't have to do anything. Does that sound reasonable?
I'm telling you that that's what would happen in the beginning of a divorce, and they would probably, which they do, bring her back in 2 or 3 years to see if she's made efforts to better herself, to get a job, etc. And support is always modifiable, which means you come back and you see maybe he's making more.
Okay, but you didn't say any of that on direct exam. You said she would. Did you say any of that, what you just testified to on direct exam in front of this courtroom?
I could talk about spousal support for hours.
I'm sure you could. I'm sure. I don't think anyone doubts that.
My expertise. But
Right.
If you ask me, I'll answer the question. I was not
I'm
asked.
really trying. So
Okay.
the question is, again, did you testify to any of that about the fact that the defendant would come back in 2 or 3 years to revisit to see any efforts that she's made to get a job, which is what the court is looking for?
I was not asked that. The courts.
Objection, non-responsive.
Well, I don't know. I'll take your objection under submission. Finish your answer, sir.
The courts don't necessarily. They bring you back to make to in some cases, they have so many cases, but they'll bring you back to see if you're with Gavron in a lengthy marriage, because he would be ordered to pay that $7,500 for a long time.
Same objection.
I'm getting to her answer, which is they would want to make sure that she's making efforts to better herself with, I'm assuming she has a teaching credential. They would expect her to be looking for jobs, looking for work, assuming there's no other health-related factors or anything like that. They would want her to be bettering herself. That's what Gavron means.
And my question was, did you testify to that on direct exam? Yes or no?
I wasn't asked about that. I can't testify.
Objection, non-responsive.
As she's sponsored, Your Honor.
I'll allow it for me.
Okay. You did not testify to that on direct exam. Is that correct?
I was not asked that question.
Okay, did you go over that with your defense team, Mr. Levine, your friend of 30 years?
Your Honor, that's argumentative.
Yeah, may I say something?
You may say nothing, sir.
Did you discuss that with Mr. Levine? The fact that the courts would require her to try to get a job.
We discussed what Gavron means. Your statement that the courts would require her to get a job is false. The courts would not require her to get a job. The courts would require her to look for a job and to do as much as she could to try to better herself. If she's able, health-wise, education-wise. There's so many factors. Do the minor children, do the adult children, are there any disabilities in the family? Are there any other?
Did you discuss what you're testifying right now with Mr. Levine and his team?
No, I did not.
Wouldn't that be something that should be considered now that we're talking about it in court and you're here to testify the benefit of divorce, which is your expertise?
Nothing you've asked me would change my professional opinion of what she would get, which would be the $7,500 a month for a minimum of 10 years and maybe for life.
All right, we're going to move on. Now, none of this matters, though. None of this matters if she gets married, right?
Yeah, remarriage terminates spousal support.
Okay, did Mr. Levine talk to you that the defendant was having an affair and was already utilizing the last name of her boyfriend?
I've represented hundreds of people in affairs.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Affairs do not.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained. This is another question, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry, could you repeat it?
Did Mr. Levine and you discuss that the defendant had a boyfriend and was already wanting to use his last name as her last name, indicating that she's going to get married to him? It's a yes or no. Did you discuss that?
No.
Okay. All right. Now, we go into life insurance. You said your practice is that with life insurance, you would write it into any divorce agreement. Is that right?
I write it in 99% of my divorce agreements to protect the recipient spouse, be it male or female, because death terminates spousal support. And in cases where there's big money, you want to make sure that somebody gets money upon the untimely death of the payor spouse.
Would big money be $720,000? Is that considered big money?
Yeah, to me it is.
Okay, so if the spouse dies and the defendant gets $720,000 without any clause in any contract or agreement, there's no dispute to that, right? You just get it.
I don't know from your chart where that money came from. It didn't state whether that was an employment benefit, a separate policy.
Well, I didn't reference a chart. I asked you a question.
Well, the 720 came off the chart.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Stricken.
So, somebody dies. There's a policy for let's do a hypothetical. Somebody dies. There's a policy for $720,000, their share. They die. The spouse dies. The other person just gets it, right?
Is that security for spousal support? Who's the beneficiary? What are you asking me? Are you asking me, does the beneficiary of the policy get the money upon death? The answer is yes.
Thank you.
But you have.
Okay.
Forget it.
And then the stock options, the last topic. You're not an expert in stock options, I take it, right?
No, but I've handled millions of dollars worth of stock options. One case was.
Objection, non-responsive.
Everything after millions of dollars of stock options is non-responsive.
Stock options, then. You're aware that there was stock options involved in this, and you put that into your testimony as an analysis of why divorce would be better than death is based on one of the factors was these stock options that you testified to, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know when those stock options vested?
I did not.
Okay.
But I believe Ms. Ebersbacher in her chart says that she uses a 3-year period of vesting, which I have no clue how she got that.
All right. Do you know from Procter & Gamble, the company where the victim, Mr. Sementilli, worked, do you have intimate knowledge of when those stock options vested?
I do not.
Okay. So, you do understand that they vest upon death, right?
No, I don't know that.
You don't know any of that?
No.
So
I'd
then how are
I'd
you
have to review the options.
Then how are you testifying to her receiving stock option money as part of her divorce benefit?
I accepted Miss Ebersbacher's number of $74,000 that they were valued in 2017.
Okay. And then based on that, so you didn't do anything further with the stock options?
I also assumed that they were community property.
So
Maybe they were, maybe they weren't, but I assumed they were.
if your assumption's right, she would get half of that.
That's correct.
All right. Do you know the expiration dates
I
on
do.
those? Can I finish my
I'm
sentence?
sorry, I apologize.
Do you know the expiration date on those stock options?
I do not.
Okay. So, you're not an expert in stock options.
Half an answer.
No rule.
I
Right?
consider myself almost an expert. Yes, in divorce cases,
So
yes.
that's, you consider yourself almost an expert in stock options?
I would delete the word almost and say an expert in stock options in divorce cases.
All right. But in this case, you didn't look at the stock options to know any of the details of them. You just looked at a chart by another witness.
Totally correct.
All right. But as an expert, wouldn't you want to look at those stock options, when they vest, when they expire, to intelligently testify as to the benefit to the surviving spouse?
In my report, I stated on page 2 of my report, my stock option analysis would have included, in addition to figuring out the 74,000 number, but I specifically wrote, answers to the following questions, which were not discussed by Ms. Ebersbacher, such as, when were the options granted? When do they vest? When may they be exercised? How was the community-separate characterization amounts arrived at? And finally, what happens if Mr. Sementilli left his employment at Procter & Gamble before options vested? These were a myriad of questions that I would have considered in a divorce case.
Right.
Not really my job in this case, but
Okay.
I wanted you, if Mr. Levine shares this report with you, I wanted you to know that these are questions that I would have considered in a divorce.
So those are very valid questions, and you wrote them out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did you go to the defense team who hired you to testify about this topic and ask those questions?
I gave the report to Mr. Levine, and I didn't feel like there was anything more to do other than to say these were issues that needed to be raised if you wanted it to go further.
So is the answer no, you did not ask to discuss those questions with Mr. Levine?
No, I gave him the questions. We didn't discuss them any further than this. Okay?
Right.
Okay?
Wouldn't you want to know the answers and ask him for discovery on those questions that you wrote out? Wouldn't that be important to your discovery to discuss that with the defense attorney so you don't come in here and say, well, I wanted to know this. I wrote out that I wanted to know it, but I didn't ask him and we didn't talk about it.
Your Honor, that was not his assignment.
I'm sorry, sir. That's not a valid objection either.
Well,
Thank you.
in fact, not an error.
It's overruled.
That would have entailed spending another $25,000 to $50,000 in legal fees
For you.
for me to get the information, to analyze all the information. I felt like I could answer all the questions in a divorce case in 17, 18, or 19 without going further because we knew that you had given us a number of what they were worth in 17, $74,000. That's what Ms. Ebersbacher gave us. So we can use that number. Now, and we know what they're worth in 2024, because that's what they received, the $900,000. Anything in between, I mean, I didn't really feel it was my job to keep going further.
Okay. So it was
I wasn't told not to go further. It was,
all right. So you're just asked to look at a report written by somebody else and talk about stock options, but you don't know when they vest and when they expire, because that would be important to know.
that's correct.
All right. So you don't know with stock options. Again, you can't say what the defendant would have gotten with stock options. You don't know. You can't say when they vested. You can't say when she would exercise them. And certainly, you can't say that she would exercise them all at the same time, at different times. You don't even know when they expire. So you can't factor a number in and say it would be much cheaper because, remember, she'd get half of them, right?
She'd only get half up to the date of separation.
Okay. And if her husband dies, she gets them all.
I don't know that.
Well, where do you think the stock options go?
Objection, that's not a question.
Well, it is a question. It's also speculation.
Speculation.
It's a stand on that ground.
Okay. And in fact, they were exercised. You know that, right? In 2024.
I know from
From the
Ms.
chart.
Ebersbacher's report that
Right.
apparently the parties received
Yeah.
$900,000
Right.
from exercising stock options, but I don't know, as I testified on direct, I don't know the breakdown of the community separate. I don't know where that came from.
Okay.
That would,
So, but you do know that they were exercised in 2024, and it's $935,000.
well, Procter & Gamble stock, I assume, went up from 2017 to 2024, like the rest of the market, like Apple and Amazon and Microsoft.
And that value, because they were exercised, Fabio's dead, so there's now her husband, if you don't know the name, there's $935,000 then that has to go to someone, right?
It goes, yeah, it has to go to the state, I assume. It has
Okay.
to, it's gone somewhere,
All
right?
So-
Children,
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
children, I don't know. They have he had 3 children, that's my
You
understanding.
don't know any of that. You don't know any of the details of any of the percentages of any of this case then, right?
I know the percentages on, I believe, the life insurance. I have a document that Ms. Ebersbacher gave us
That
with
document again, yes.
the 40, 30, 20.
Can you answer the question without commentary?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Can you answer the question?
Yeah, there's a page with, I believe it's life insurance. It shows 40% to her and
Okay.
20% children, something. I have that page in front of me.
All right. So just to be clear then, if her husband dies, she gets 100% of everything, right?
Again,
I'm sorry.
I'm not an estate
It's
lawyer.
unclear. 100% of what?
Yeah, 100% of what?
If,
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I don't testify.
right.
You know the rules of court, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And if she divorces him, then 50% is the most that she'll get typically in a divorce of all these different things you've talked about, right?
Yes, unless they did a trade, like I told you before. They could
Okay.
trade the house for options, maybe. They could trade pensions for options. They could trade his car. He had a Porsche or something like that. They could trade a Porsche.
All right.
For
There's a lot of maybes.
a lot of maybes. But not a maybe on spousal support.
50%. Well, spousal support's less, but 50% for the most part, right? And versus 100%. Is 50% less than 100?
Sorry, 50% and 100% of what, Your Honor?
I don't know, vague. And that's the objection, that's all.
In general, you're a numbers guy, you're an attorney. Is 50% less than 100%?
You talking about mathematics?
Yeah.
I'll stipulate.
You accept that stipulation?
No.
All right.
You can answer, you can look, I know you're looking at the judge, but he's,
You want me to answer that? Yes.
Okay, great.
In
thank
this
you.
century, 50% is less than 100%.
Strike the last part.
Stricken. Any redirect?
Oh, yes, Your Honor. Let me put this chart up here. Do you know how this chart came into this trial?
It was my understanding, hearing the testimony of Ms. Ebersbacher, that she prepared this.
Yes, yes.
She spent approximately $20,000.
You understand that the prosecution put on a witness to prepared this chart, which came to conclusions that you have said did not include alimony and other factors, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that I asked you to look at the chart and to analyze it if it was accurate or not?
Correct.
I did not hire you to do a complete financial analysis of their marriage, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, whether he had an affair or not, or she had an affair or not, this is a no-fault state, is that correct?
Totally irrelevant in
Whether it's
a
an
divorce case.
Right. So in other words, whether she was having an affair or not, the amount of alimony would remain the same as it would whether they were not having she was not having an affair,
Totally
correct?
correct.
All right. So the analysis that you had was based on the chart that was presented to you during the testimony of Ms. Ebersbacher, correct?
Totally correct.
Now-
Which I heard in person.
Right. Now, I retained you to analyze that chart, and the retainer was $7,500, correct?
That's correct.
If I had hired you to do a complete financial analysis of the finances of the Sementilli family, it would have been a lot more money, correct?
Minimum would have been $35,000 and $50,000 retainer.
But
because of mostly the stock option issue,
Okay.
probably.
And the reason the stock options are so high is because they were not exercised for 7-8 years, correct?
Correct.
Do you know why they were not exercised for 7 or 8 years?
I do not know.
Do you know whether or not the estate actually got a letter from Procter & Gamble telling them if they didn't exercise them, they were going to lose them all?
I only knew that from you telling me that recently.
All right. And do you know if Ms. Sementilli even knew about the stock options that ended up being exercised in 2024?
I have no knowledge of what she knew, period.
Now, do you know?
I've never spoken with her.
Do you know that the death of Fabio Sementilli was in January of 2017? Do you know that?
I knew it was in 2017. That's all I knew.
Do you know whether or not she was not in custody for 4 months after his death? Do you know that?
I did not know that.
Okay. So during those 4 months, she could have exercised any or all of the options, correct?
I don't know that. I don't
Okay.
know if she was allowed to exercise them.
Do you know if she exercised all of the options?
I do not know that.
And do you understand that the reason they're worth $900,000 is because the passage of 7 years, correct?
That's correct. I assume.
Do you think it was worth it for her to be in prison for 7 years in order for the options to go up?
Of course.
That's a proper question.
Do you know whether or not during those 7 years she made any attempt to exercise those options?
I do not.
Do you know if she even knew about those options?
I do not.
So do you know whether the prosecution hired an expert to analyze the entire financial analysis of the Sementillis?
The only thing I know is that Miss my knowledge is limited to Miss Ebersbacher's testimony and report.
So this report was prepared by Ms. Ebersbacher for the prosecution at no cost, right?
No, Miss Ebersbacher was testified she was paid
Right.
approximately $18,000 to $20,000.
Yes, by the taxpayers like you and I, right?
Correct. Correct.
Counsel, take a deep breath. You're getting argumentative, and I'm going to have to break right now.
I'm done. I'm done. If the court,
Go ahead.
all right. Is your testimony based then on the chart prepared by the prosecution and the testimony that you sat here and heard from Ms. Ebersbacher? Is that correct?
And my 47 years of experience as a divorce attorney.
And have you done your best to analyze that chart and then conclude whether or not it was accurate or not accurate?
I have.
And finally, The best option would have been for them to stay married, and then none of this would come into play, right? If he didn't die, the best option would have been to stay married and not get divorced, right?
That would have been a good option.
Okay.
You don't want anybody, you know.
But he was murdered, obviously, and that's
Yeah.
what we're here to decide.
Right.
But the best option would have been to stay married financially, because then you could get divorced later on, right?
Oh, without a doubt, that was the
And
best
finally,
option. Without a doubt.
on Gavron, you said it would be adjusted every 3 years based on the money that Ms. Sementilli might be earning, correct?
No, I did not say that. I said that it's common in LA County that a judge will bring a case back in 3 years
Okay.
to review efforts made by a spouse.
Okay, let me just, because we're running out of time.
I'm sorry.
Would it also consider how much increase in salary Mr. Sementilli had in those 3 years?
Absolutely, yes.
So if he was making $300,000, $400,000, or $500,000 over the 20 years you're talking about, then alimony would go up. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have none.
Will there be any more? No. Thank you, sir. You're excused. We're going to take our adjournment at this time until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The admonition applies. You're not to discuss this case among yourselves. If anyone else would have express any opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9.